Chapter 48-36. In the end, the Lord of Heaven of 100 Battles and the others agreed. The Lord of Heaven of Annihilation was right. Although the primitive godly spirit puppet was extremely precious, could it compare to them? To put it bluntly, the primitive godly spirit puppet was just an experiment by the heavenly human tribe. It was an experiment that used the powerful primitive godly spirit as the foundation and fused with various powerful forces. In the end, it was just a puppet and would be difficult to improve in the future. On the other hand, they had unlimited potential. Their value was completely different. Even if the Ye Immortal knew about it, he would not blame them. In the end, they decided to let one of the primitive godly spirit puppets self-destruct. Boom! The primitive godly spirit puppet's body rapidly grew until it was 1,000,000 feet tall. It stood upright and charged in a direction, completely ignoring its defense and attacking with all its might. Puff! Puff! Suddenly, the primitive godly spirit puppet's body was pierced by beams of light and hair. However, the primitive godly spirit puppet did not stop at all. It continued to charge forward, emitting terrifying waves of energy from its body. It's going to self-destruct. Stop it! A Lower King War envoy from the Primordial Light tribe shouted. He and the other Lower King War envoys, as well as 2 other 7-man war envoys, attacked the primitive godly spirit puppet crazily. They wanted to kill it before it self-destructed. However, it was just a puppet. Moreover, its vitality and defense were extremely strong. It was extremely difficult to kill it quickly. Although the primitive godly spirit puppet's head, one of its arms, and one of its legs had been cut off, its self-destruction did not slow down. Its aura was getting stronger and stronger. It emitted a dazzling light like the brightest star. Not good. Retreat! 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 The Primordial Light tribe shouted. They knew that they could not stop it, so they quickly retreated. The Primordial Light tribe retreated very quickly, but some people were still one step too slow. Boom! An earth-shattering roar? That primordial godly spirit puppet, which was comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven, had exploded and created a terrifying destructive power. It swept in all directions. More than 10 Primordial Light tribe members were swept in. They were smashed into pieces. However, the Primordial Light tribe had 5 Lower King War envoys and 2 war envoys with 7 war envoys. They avoided the center of the self-destruction. However, when they were hit by the powerful destructive force, Primordial Light tribe members, their bodies shook violently and they almost vomited blood. The siege of the heavenly human tribe by the Primordial Light race? A huge gap was forcibly created. Go! Exterminate the Lord of Heaven. Was he the first to break out of the encirclement? The other heavenly human tribe powerful beings followed closely behind? Did they all rush out of the gap? Then, he flew into the distance. Chase! Don't let them escape. Send 9th Young Master a voice transmission. The Primordial Light clan members roared and chased after the heavenly human clan members. Let's go to that ancient city. The Lord of Heaven of Extermination shouted. The walls of the ancient city could greatly suppress the extreme corpse, but against the Primordial Light race? Most likely, it would be useless. But the walls of the ancient city? There were still some broken formations left behind. Dealing with the absolute corpse? You don't need these broken arrays. However, it would be useful against the Yuan Guang clan. As long as he could activate the remaining formation, he should be able to stop the Primordial Light tribe. People from the Celestial race and Quasi-Saint race? They had already studied the broken formations on the ancient city as a precaution. In the end, they confirmed that there were some broken formations on the ancient city that they could activate. The Lord of Heaven of Extermination's goal was very simple. He wanted to return to the ancient city and rely on the broken formations to stop the Yuan Guang clan. It was too dangerous to run to other places. Once he encountered the extreme corpse or other creatures of the forbidden area, he would be in danger. Defending the ancient city and waiting for reinforcements was the best plan. On the other side, the Quasi-Saint race had also rushed out of the encirclement. Based on their apparent strength, it would be very difficult for the quasi-saint race to break out of the encirclement of the Yuan Guang clan. However, the quasi-saint race had also mastered a joint attack formation of the Divine Lord realm. They had a 9-person joint attack formation carrier that could allow 9 peak Divine Lord realm existences to join forces to set up the formation. Its power was very shocking. When it was used, it could fight against several powerful existences at the level of the Lord of Heaven. In the end, they relied on this formation to break out of the encirclement and led the quasi-saint race toward the ancient city. They had the same idea as the heavenly human race. They planned to use the broken formations of the ancient city to resist the Yuan Guang clan. While the heavenly human race and quasi-saint race were fighting against the Yuan Guang clan, the 9th young master led more than 90 Yuan Guang clan experts to find Lu Ming and the others. It's the creatures of the forbidden area of the Yuanji Holy Mountain. Lu Ming and the others' expressions changed when they saw the 9th young master and the others. They had not expected to encounter creatures of the forbidden area in the realm aura. Brat, you are indeed here. Very good, very good. How dare you offend me? Today will be the day you die. Kill them. The 9th young master roared. His aura erupted as he led more than 90 Yuan Guang clan experts to attack Lu Ming and the others. Light beams filled the sky and pierced through the void. It was extremely terrifying. It's just the 4 strongest Lord of Heaven. How naive of you to think that you can kill us. Guo sneered. As soon as the other party attacked, Guo sensed with his sharp intuition that there were only 4 Lord of Heaven level experts among them. They had 5 of the strongest Heaven Monarch realm experts. Be careful. They are setting up a formation. It's a joint attack formation of the Divine Master realm. Dandan suddenly shouted. Indeed, as the Yuan Guang clan rushed toward Lu Ming and the others, some of their figures flickered and began to set up a formation. There were 2 groups of people in total. One group consisted of 7 people. A set of armor appeared on each of their bodies. The armor was full of runes. Among the 7 people, 5 of them had 4 limbs and a head. 2 of them had a torso. They formed a giant with a battle sword in their hands. This joint attack formation was exactly the same as the one set up against the heavenly human race. The other group was even more shocking. There were 9 people setting up a formation. Each of the 9 people held a battle sword covered with runes. These battle swords were the carrier of the joint attack formation. Their auras were connected. The 9 of them joined together and formed a giant battle sword. It was extremely terrifying. It slashed toward Lu Ming and the others. Its speed was faster than the others and it was the first to approach Lu Ming and the others. Guo rushed forward and swung his purple gold battle axe. He slashed down and hit the giant battle sword. With a loud boom, Gumo's body shook violently. Then, like a cannonball, he was sent flying backward. Lu Ming and the others' hearts sank. The battle sword was able to send Guo flying with one blow. Its power was shocking. It was obviously beyond the strength of the Lord of Heaven. Fortunately, Gumo's defense was shockingly strong. There was no need to worry about him. Oh no, this joint attack formation is set up by 9 peak divine masters. It's too powerful. We can't stop it. Retreat. Dandan exclaimed. Let's go. Lu Ming also shouted. These creatures of the Forbidden Land had mastered a joint attack formation of the Divine Master realm. They were no match for them. Now, there were only 7 and 9 people setting up the formation. Who knew if there were any more advanced joint attack formations? Lu Ming and the others quickly retreated. You want to leave? Today, none of you will leave. Jiao Gongzi shouted coldly. Chapter 48-37. Jiao Gongzi was filled with murderous intent as he charged toward Lu Ming and the others. The battle saber formed by the 9 people's joint attack was too fast. It continued to slash toward Lu Ming and the others. Before the saber slashed down, the terrifying saber aura had already caused Lu Ming and the others to feel pain on their skin. It was as if they had been cut by a small knife. Dandan, is there any way to break their joint attack formation? Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Dandan at an extremely fast speed. No. The joint attack formation of the Divine Master Realm and above uses the carrier as its foundation. It is extremely difficult to break. Unless you have an extremely strong combat strength to shatter their carrier, Dandan replied. Lu Ming was speechless. If they wanted to break the formation, they would have to have a combat strength that far exceeded their opponents. However, if they had such combat strength, they would be able to tear the formation apart directly. Why would they need to break the formation's carrier? Buzz! The battle god's spear in Lu Ming's hand vibrated as he planned to take the attack head-on. Lu Ming, leave it to me. Qiuqiu flew out and turned into a suit of armor that blocked the attack of the saber. Clang! There was an earth-shattering explosion. Qiuqiu's armor shook violently and twisted continuously. In the end, it retreated like a bone demon. However, it still managed to block the attack in the end. Lu Ming, Xianyanqing and the others took the opportunity to retreat. Spacetime Vortex. Sky Demon Field. As they retreated, Qiuqiu unleashed the spacetime power to the maximum. The power of time and space spun wildly and formed a huge vortex that tried to pull the people of the Primordial Light Tribe into it. At the same time, Xianyanqing also unleashed the Sky Demon Field to disrupt the people of the Primordial Light Tribe. This was undoubtedly effective. The speed of the people of the Primordial Light Tribe was somewhat affected. Lu Ming and the others took the opportunity to fly a long distance away. Dandan had already transformed into his original form. His turtle shell glowed. As he flew, numerous runes flew out of it and disappeared into the void. Chase after them. Chase after them. Don't let them escape. Zhou Gongzi roared. He led his men in hot pursuit. Lu Ming and the others quickly met up with Bone Demon and Qiuqiu and flew in the same direction. The direction in which they were flying? It was the same ancient city from before. In that ancient city, there were many incomplete formations. With Dandan's understanding of formations, she was able to activate many of them. Behind? Was the Primordial Light clan chasing after them? But while Dandan was flying? Setting up an array on the side? Disrupting the Primordial Light race along the way? Bubbles and Xianyanqing at the same time? Using the spacetime power and the heavenly demon domain to disrupt their opponents, it would be very difficult for the Primordial Light Tribe to catch up to Lu Ming and the others in a short time. Not long after, that ancient city? It was already in sight. Was it the celestial race and the quasi-immortal race? They actually fled back here. Far away. Lu Ming and the others saw the people from the celestial race and the quasi-sage race. The people from the celestial race and the quasi-sage race were holding divine weapons with blue firestones and charging towards the ancient city. This was because there were still some extreme Een corpses around the ancient city. These extreme Een corpses kept charging towards the quasi-sage race, the celestial race, and the primordial light race. The celestial race and the quasi-sage race had divine weapons with blue firestones, so it was easy for them to deal with the extreme Een corpses. They easily opened up a path and quickly approached the ancient city. What surprised Lu Ming and the others was the primordial light race. The primordial light race could actually deal with the extreme Een corpses, and it didn't seem to be very difficult. The primordial light race's light beam hair fluttered in the wind and vibrated at a special frequency. When it pierced towards the extreme Een corpse, it easily pierced through the extreme Een corpse's body. The extreme Een corpse's body was covered with a thick layer of black gas, which made the extreme Een corpse's defense extremely shocking. Lu Ming and the others had a deep understanding of this. However, the people from the primordial light race could easily pierce through the extreme Een corpse's defense. The powerful extreme Een corpses were fine, but some of the weaker primordial light race members could also easily pierce through the extreme Een corpse's defense. This made Lu Ming and the others very surprised. They seemed to know the extreme Een corpse's weakness very well. Moreover, the black gas on the extreme Een corpse's body doesn't seem to have a strong defense against the primordial light race's power. Tang Jun said softly. Lu Ming nodded. He had also noticed this. It was no wonder that the primordial light race didn't seem to be afraid of the extreme Een corpse even though they didn't have blue firestones. Could the extreme Een corpse be related to the living beings in the Forbidden Grounds? Otherwise, why would it be like this? Lu Ming's mind raced, but he couldn't figure it out. However, the blue firestones were still more effective against the extreme Een corpse. Therefore, the people from the celestial race and the quasi-sage race advanced even faster. Charge! Lu Ming and the others also rushed toward the ancient city. Naturally, some extreme Een corpses also rushed toward Lu Ming and the others. However, there were also some extreme Een corpses that rushed toward Jiao Gongzi and the others. Disgusting corpses refined by the extreme Een tribe. Get lost! Jiao Gongzi shouted coldly. His light beam hair danced in the wind and pierced through the bodies of a few extreme Een corpses. The other primordial light race members also attacked with all their might. However, they weren't as fast as Lu Ming and the others. The extreme Een corpses here weren't particularly strong. This was because the strong ones had already been killed by them when they left. Therefore, Lu Ming and the others were extremely fast. The extreme Een corpses in front of them were either killed or sent flying. Just as the quasi-sage race and the celestial race rushed into the ancient city, Lu Ming and the others also approached the ancient city. Quick, activate the array. Don't let the primordial light race members in. The exterminating Lord of Heaven shouted. When he looked at Lu Ming and the others, his eyes flashed with killing intent. Buzz buzz buzz, those from the celestial race and the quasi-sage race who knew array formations started to activate the array formations on the ancient city with all their might. Those who didn't know array formations kept launching long-range attacks to stop the primordial light race members. Fortunately, they had already studied the array formations on the ancient city. Therefore, it wasn't too difficult to activate them. Buzz buzz buzz, suddenly, the ancient city lit up. Runes filled the air and the array formations were activated one after another. Many of them were defensive array formations. They formed layers of light shields that enveloped the ancient city. Of course, some of them were offensive array formations as well. Go over there and activate the array formations. The primordial light race members are coming in. The exterminating Lord of Heaven pointed in a direction and shouted. His eyes flashed with cold light. Because that direction was the direction that Lu Ming and the others were coming from. Lu Ming and the others hadn't entered the city yet, but the Lord of Heaven wanted to activate the array formations. Obviously, he wanted to take the opportunity to stop Lu Ming and the others outside. Immediately, a few celestial race experts who were proficient in array formations rushed over there and activated the array formations on the city walls. Buzz buzz, runes filled the city walls and several defensive array formations appeared. Damn it! These guys want to stop us outside. The myriad gods roared in anger. They want to stop us outside? With me here, they are too naive. Dandan said. The turtle shell lit up and an array formation flew out from Dandan's turtle shell. It enlarged and flew onto the defensive array formations. The defensive array formations immediately trembled and caved in. A gap appeared. Lu Ming and the others rushed in through the gap. Chapter 48-38. Lu Ming and the others rushed into the ancient city through the gap. The gap quickly disappeared. Boom! The Wanshan stepped out and a powerful aura spread out, suppressing the heavenly human tribe. What did you mean? Are you blind? Can't you see that we haven't entered? Are you trying to stop us from entering? The Wanshan shouted and stared at the Lord of Heaven of Extermination and the others. It's a misunderstanding. We activated the array when we saw that the primordial light tribe was about to enter. After all, it would be troublesome if the primordial light tribe were to enter. Heavenly Lord of Extermination smiled faintly and said casually. Do you think it's that easy to brush it off with just a sentence? The Wanshan said angrily. Boom! 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 At that moment, the primordial light tribe arrived. Strands of light hair pierced the defensive array like sharp swords, causing a series of explosions. Everyone, the enemy is right in front of us. We should work together to deal with the enemy. Sangxiong said not far away. Young Master Sangxiong is right. We should work together now. This is not the time for internal strife. The Lord of Heaven of Extermination smiled coldly. Damn it. The Wan Shen was furious. Don't worry, Wan Shen. We will settle this score sooner or later. Lu Ming patted the Wan Shen's shoulder and smiled. He would remember this score and settle it sooner or later. Indeed, this was not the time to do so. Otherwise, the primordial light tribe would benefit from it. Dandan also joined the group of people activating the array. On the city wall, remnants of the array were activated. Most of them were defensive and a few of them were offensive. Unfortunately, too many years had passed and only remnants of the array were left. Compared to their heyday, their power was worlds apart. However, there were a lot of them. Stacked together, their power was still impressive. They had blocked the attacks of the primordial light tribe. Furthermore, a small number of offensive array formations had killed more than a dozen primordial light tribe members. What about the remaining primordial light tribe members? They retreated to a certain distance. The three groups of primordial light tribe members gathered again. There were about 400 of them. Ninth Young Master. What should we do? The array of the ancient city? Is it powerful? It's not easy to break. One of the war envoys said. The ancient city is very big. We're going to be all of them. Gather them together. These formations were all incomplete, and their might was limited. If they were to fight for too long, it would be impossible for them to succeed. I can definitely break it. Also, send them a message. Let them all gather here. These people's lives are mine. Ninth Young Master said coldly, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. It was as cold as a blade. Yes. Immediately, the 400 or so primordial light tribe members gathered together and attacked a specific part of the array formation, causing it to tremble continuously. They want to work together to attack one place. Let's also attack and disrupt them. Firmament Path. The Quasi-Saint race, Celestial race, and Lu Ming's group also gathered at that location and launched long-range attacks from within the array formation. Attacking from the inside out would not be affected by the formation. The attacks were still affecting the primordial light tribe greatly, causing them to be unable to attack in peace. Retreat. After attacking for a while, the members of the primordial light race retreated and stopped attacking. They cleared out the scattered extreme corpses around them and formed a fan shape, surrounding the ancient city. They've finally retreated. Many people in the ancient city heaved a sigh of relief. However, Firmament Path, Lord of Heaven, and some other intelligent people did not look good. They knew that the primordial light race was most likely waiting for reinforcements. Once the reinforcements arrived, they would be in danger. Should we break out? An old man beside Firmament Path asked. Firmament Path frowned and thought quickly. Now, they had two choices. One was to stay here and rely on the ancient city's array formation to resist the primordial light race. Then, they would spread the news and wait for the Quasi-Saint race's reinforcements. However, the primordial light race was definitely waiting for reinforcements as well. It would depend on whose reinforcements arrived first. The other choice was to break out now and fight their way out of the encirclement. Currently, there were not many members of the primordial light race. There were many experts and top-notch experts in the primordial light race, and they also had many joint attack arrays. However, if the Quasi-Saint race, Celestial race, and Lu Ming's group joined forces, they might be able to break out. However, breaking out of the encirclement was also very risky. Even if they managed to break out of the encirclement, they might encounter other creatures from the Forbidden Lands. After all, there were 3 groups of creatures from the Forbidden Lands. They had only seen one of them. Firmament Path could not make up his mind. Lord of Heaven and the others were also thinking about the same thing. Look over there. Suddenly, someone pointed to the south and shouted. Many people looked over, and their expressions changed drastically. They saw streaks of flowing light flying over from that direction. It was the primordial light race from the Forbidden Lands. Everyone saw clearly that the streaks of flowing light were also from the primordial light race. The reinforcements from the primordial light race had arrived so quickly. Many people's hearts sank. Fortunately, there were not many primordial light race members here. There were only about 300 of them. Soon, the 300 primordial light race members met up with the 9th young master and the others. The number of primordial light race members outside the city walls had reached 700. This is troublesome. It will be difficult to break out of the encirclement now. Firmament Path muttered. The primordial light race was very strong. They could suppress the heavenly human race in a battle of the same level. Previously, there were only 400 of them, but it was already very difficult to deal with them. Now that there were 300 more, the heavenly human race was not confident of breaking out of the encirclement even if they wanted to. However, the primordial light race members did not attack. They continued to surround the city walls, waiting for reinforcements. Dandan, let's go and refine that combined attack formation first. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Dandan. The current situation was very unfavorable for them. They had to increase their strength as soon as possible. The combined attack formation was undoubtedly the quickest way to increase their strength. The combined attack formation required 12 people to perform together. However, if there were not enough people, they could still perform it. It was just that they would not be able to unleash the full power of the combined attack formation. Alright, let's go and refine it immediately. Dandan nodded his head. He told Firmament Path and the others to send them a message if anything happened. Then, he left the city walls. What are these guys up to now? Are they going to refine those primordial crystals? Damn it, the exterminating Lord of Heaven roared in his heart. He was very anxious. The thought of the piles of primordial crystals being refined by Lu Ming and the others made him feel very uncomfortable. However, the primordial light race had not attacked the city yet. He could not find a reason to stop Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming and the others found a secret place in the ancient city. Dandan set up a concealment formation around it. Then, he took out the 12 metal plates and gave each of them one plate. Each metal plate has a different formation on it. In order to successfully set up the combined attack formation, you have to refine the metal plates first. Then, you have to familiarize yourself with the formation on it. Then, you have to work together. Only when you work together perfectly can you unleash the full power of the combined attack formation. Dandan explained the main points of the combined attack formation. Chapter 48-39. The steps were very simple. Everyone just needed to follow the steps. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, Ling Yue, Dandan, Bubbles, Wan Shen, Qiu, Bone Demon, and Tang Jun. Each of them held an iron tablet and began to refine it. Refining the iron tablets was actually very simple. It didn't take long for Lu Ming and the others to refine all the iron tablets. They could store the iron tablets into their sea of consciousness at will. The difficult part was the runes on them. When they refined the iron medallion, a piece of information was automatically transmitted into their minds. This piece of information was a section of an array formation. It wasn't a complete array formation. It was just a section of an array formation. Each of the 10 of them had obtained a different array formation. Each of them had to completely grasp the corresponding array formation and then cooperate perfectly. Only with the iron tablets as a carrier could they use the joint attack array formation. They didn't stop at all. There wasn't much time left for them. They had to grasp it as soon as possible. As soon as he comprehended it, Lu Ming felt that this array formation was very obscure and difficult to understand. After comprehending it for a while, his progress was extremely slow. He opened his eyes and saw Wan Shen, Bubbles, and Ling Yue. Autumn Moon and the others were frowning. Clearly, they had encountered a problem. They weren't very good at array formations in the first place. And this array formation? It was obviously left behind from the previous era. It was even more difficult. Xianyanqing, Tang Jun, and Bone Demon were better? In the past? After all, they were all existences in the origin realm. With the foundation there, comprehending it would be smoother. The most relaxed? Naturally, it was Dandan. His turtle shell glowed. A dense array of runes enveloped him. It seemed to be going smoothly. After pondering for a while, Lu Ming continued to comprehend. A deity realm cultivator? On the Tao of array formations? They would more or less dabble in it because some simple array formations were sometimes very practical. Especially the deeper one's cultivation, the deeper one's comprehension of the Tao of cultivation. Their understanding of the Tao of array formations? It would also be deeper. For example, a divine master realm expert? Even if he didn't deliberately cultivate the Tao of formations? But regarding the control of array formations, he was still stronger than a true God realm array master. This was the difference brought about by the difference in realm. So, only Lu Ming and the others could comprehend this kind of array formation. Otherwise, if they knew nothing about it, it would be impossible for them to comprehend it. Dandan's speed was very fast, but it still took him 3 days to fully understand the array on the iron plate. Although the formations that each of us needs to comprehend are different, there are some common points. Let me share with you some of the experiences that I've come up with. Dandan asked Lu Ming to stop for a while and told him about his experience in comprehending the combined attack formation. With Dandan, this formation grandmaster's guidance, the speed of Lu Ming and the others' comprehension was indeed greatly increased. A few days later, Xianyanqing, Tang Jun, and Bone Demon also succeeded. Lu Ming was also close to success. After all, each of them was a genius with extraordinary comprehension ability. The speed at which they learned something was much faster than ordinary people. A few days later, after they had comprehended the array formation for 10 days, Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, Bone Demon, Bubbles, and Ling Yue also succeeded. Come, let's try setting up the array formation. Dandan was already impatient. For a formation grandmaster like him, he was simply too curious about the combined attack formation left behind from the last era. Set up the formation. Lu Ming shouted softly. Immediately, the group of 10 people flashed and stood in different positions according to the formation they had mastered. At the same time, the iron plate appeared at their waists. Runes filled the air and flickered with mysterious multicolored light. Between the 10 of them, multicolored light interweaved and slowly condensed into a huge figure. This figure was in the shape of a human. Of the 10 of them, 2 were the head, 2 were the torso, 2 were the left and right arms, and 1 was the feet. However, the figure was very blurry and not solid enough. One could barely see that it was a person covered in pitch-black armor. The armor looked somewhat sinister, and there were sharp barbs on the wrists and shoulders. This figure was also holding a halberd in his hand. He looked very majestic. However, just as Lu Ming and the others were about to activate the formation and control the figure to attack, the figure trembled and collapsed. They had failed. What's going on? We have clearly grasped the formation. Why can't we succeed? Myriad God asked doubtfully. That's because our cooperation is not perfect. We need to practice more. Dandan said. All right, let's start again. Lu Ming said. They continued to try setting up the formation. Unfortunately, the figure that was condensed was still blurry and quickly collapsed. The difficulty of setting up the joint attack formation was indeed very high. According to normal procedures, even with the formation as a carrier, the people controlling it would need a long time to practice and break in before they could set it up perfectly. However, they did not have much time left. They had to set it up as soon as possible and practice even harder. They entered a frenzied state of practice and forgot to eat and sleep. Just like that, another 5 days passed. After 5 days of continuous practice, their grasp of the joint attack formation had improved greatly. The figure that was condensed was also much clearer and could exist for much longer. It could last for about a minute. Furthermore, when they tried to attack, the power was indeed astonishing. Their attack power was higher than the Lord of Heaven's by a level. Unfortunately, they still could not set it up perfectly. They kept feeling that they were missing a step. This final step is very difficult. If you want to succeed, there are only two ways. The first is to practice for a long time and succeed naturally. Dandan said. What about the other one? Wanshan hurriedly asked. The other one is to succeed in one fell swoop when faced with a life and death crisis and set it up perfectly. However, it is very dangerous and you may lose your life if you do not do it well. Dandan said. Nests, it seems like it will be difficult to succeed in a short period of time. Wanshan muttered. Don't be discouraged. Even so, our strength is much stronger than before. At least within a minute, Lu Ming smiled and comforted Wanshan. This combined attack was extraordinary. Although they couldn't set it up perfectly, they were still much more powerful in the minute they set it up. At the very least, their attacking power was close to Gu Changfeng's level. At this moment, Lu Ming received a message from Tsang Qiong. The war is about to begin. The primordial light tribe is about to attack the city. Lu Ming said solemnly. They did not have any time to practice. After waiting for half a month, the primordial light tribe had finally started to attack the city. Reinforcements had most likely arrived. Let's go. Lu Ming and the others flew towards the city walls. Chapter 4840. Lu Ming and the others quickly flew toward the city wall. Before they reached the city wall, they heard a series of explosions. The people from the primordial light race had already started to break the array. There are so many people from the primordial light race. When Lu Ming and the others arrived at the city wall, they were shocked. The number of people from the primordial light race outside the ancient city had increased by another 500 compared to half a month ago. Half a month ago, there were only 700 people from the primordial light race outside the ancient city. Now, there were 1,200 people. 1,200 people from the primordial light race were definitely very powerful. This was because the quality of the primordial light race's experts was too high. There were many experts in the primordial light race, and their combat strength was also very shocking. The overall strength of the 1,200 people from the primordial light race had far surpassed the combined strength of the quasi-saint race, the heavenly human race, and Lu Ming and the others. If they fought head-on, they would definitely be wiped out. The 1,200 people from the primordial light race were divided into two groups and attacked two positions in the ancient city. The light beams danced in the air as if the sky was filled with sword lights. They stabbed the defensive array on the city wall, causing the array to constantly rumble. Some of the primordial light race were extremely terrifying. Their combat strength was on par with the strongest Lord of Heaven. Are these the so-called lower-level war envoys of the primordial light race? There are as many as 14 of them. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. The lower-level war envoys of the primordial light race were comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven of the heavenly human race. Now, there were 14 of them. This was an astonishing force. When the heavenly human race defeated the evil demons and attacked the heaven-exterminating troops encampment, they only had 20 heaven monarchs. With the addition of the purple-robed youth, there were 15 lower-level war envoys. This force was not much weaker than the heavenly human race and was much stronger than the heaven destroyer and the demons. This was only 1,200 people from the primordial light race. There were almost 3,000 of them that had already come out. There were even more primordial light race that were still sealed away. The truly terrifying ones were the Guangqian royal envoys. They were the ones that were truly terrifying. The strength of the creatures in the Forbidden Lands was truly terrifying. 14 primordial light race. He attacked the array with all his might. The power was astonishing, causing the array to tremble violently. Counterattack! Tianxiong shouted. Commanding the quasi-saint tribe to attack. Attacks flew out of the city envoys. He attacked the members of the primordial light race and interfered with their attempt to break the formation. So, the primordial light race? Couldn't they break the array? The primordial light on the other side, the heavenly human race were also attacked outside heavens were of the races of the heavenly human races of the heavenly human race? They were also attacking Sming's the walls. How many people's attacks? Of the heavenly human light of heaven. Of the array formation of the sky. Of the God of the God, of the God of his of the Slues were? Many heavenly human tribe powerful beings began to set up joint attack spell formations, of the battle. Were of thems. Be it the quasi-immortal tribe, the heavenly human tribe, or Lu Ming's group, they were all shocked. Of the races of them? Thereof of them. The most shocking thing was? There was actually a 21 people combined attack formation. 21 Yuan Guang clan experts. And in each of their hands? Each of them had a battle sword covered with runes. The battle swords glowed and intertwined. They formed a giant battle sword. Of the 21 people who had set up the array, 12 of them were peak divine masters, while the other 9 were 9th stage divine masters. The battle swords they formed were filled with a terrifying aura. Boom! The huge battle sword slashed down on the defensive formation, causing the light barrier to tremble violently. It trembled crazily, causing ripples to appear on its surface. Even the city walls were shaking violently as if an earthquake had occurred. What terrifying power! The people inside the city walls were shocked and their expressions changed drastically. The power of the 21 people's battle array was too shocking. The more people there were, the more terrifying the battle array of the Divine Master Realm and above would be. However, the number of people in the array formation could not be increased easily. The more people there were, the more complicated the array formation would be. The requirements for the carrier would also be higher and it would be very difficult to refine. It did not mean that the combination of 2 7-man battle arrays would create a 14-man array formation. It was impossible. There was a world of difference between the combination of 2 7-man battle arrays and a 14-man battle array. Boom! The battle sword formed by the 21 people's battle array continued to bombard the array formation, causing it to shake continuously. Stop them! Stop them with all your might! Tianxiong shouted. They continued to attack, including Lu Ming and the others. Thousands of attacks bombarded the giant battle sword, causing a series of explosions. However, the battle sword was unharmed and continued to bombard the array formation. Boom! Boom! A series of explosions rang out, and the formations in this area trembled, creating ripples. After a while, with a bang, one of the formations was broken. Fortunately, there was more than one defensive array formation on the city walls. Although one was broken, there were still a few more. However, everyone's expressions were ugly. If this continued, the other array formations would also be broken. Without the array formations, they would only be killed by the race of primordial light. Although they had a large number of people, they were completely vulnerable. Especially the battle array formed by the 21 people from the race of primordial light. It was too powerful and had already surpassed Gu Changfeng's level. Even Gu Changfeng could only retreat in the face of such an array formation. Hold on. We must hold on. Setting up such a battle array consumes a lot of energy. They won't be able to hold on for long. As long as we can stop them, their battle array will collapse on its own. Dandan shouted. That's right. Stop them. Tianxiong shouted. The quasi-saint race also had battle array formations above the Divine Master Realm. They naturally knew the weakness of the battle array formation. It consumed a lot of energy. The more powerful the battle array formation was, the more energy it would consume. More than 2,000 quasi-saint race members and Lu Ming's group attacked the giant sword with all their might. They wanted to disrupt it. Unfortunately, the other members of the race of primordial light could not sit by and do nothing. They took action and blocked the attacks of Lu Ming's group. On the other side, the heavenly human race wanted to come over and help, but they could not leave. They also had to interfere with the race of primordial light. If they left, without their interference, their array formation would not be able to hold on for long. The situation was getting worse. After a few minutes, the battle array of the quasi-saint race was continuously broken by the giant sword. It seemed that the last array formation was in imminent danger. Prepare for battle. The rest of you, continue to control the array formation. Tianxiong shouted. The array formation was broken, but it did not mean that it was destroyed. As long as they continued to control it and inject energy into it, the array formation would be reactivated. They had to block the attacks of the race of primordial light before the array formation was reactivated. Crack. A crack appeared in the final formation. It looked like it was about to be completely torn apart. Chapter 48-41. Just as the last array formation was about to be torn apart, the giant sword formed by the combined array formation of the 21 members of the primordial light tribe started to tremble. The glow of the giant sword quickly dimmed as though it was about to collapse. Their power is about to run out. Dandan roared. Everyone's spirits were lifted. To be honest, they were very afraid of the 21 people's joint attack array. They were simply unable to contend against it. Now that the other party's power was about to run out, they had a chance. Final attack. A voice came from the giant sword formed by the joint attack array. Then, the giant sword's radiance exploded again as it slashed at the defensive array. This time, a huge crack appeared on the defensive array as though it was about to collapse. The people who had set up the array had finally run out of power. The giant sword's radiance trembled and finally collapsed with a bang. The 21 people who had set up the array appeared one after another and retreated rapidly. The other members of the primordial light race took the opportunity to launch a fierce attack, wanting to completely tear the array apart in one fell swoop. Beat them back. Firmament roared and ordered the people from the quasi-saint race to continue attacking the people from the primordial light race. The quasi-saint race had a total of 7 people who were comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven. In addition, there was also a peerless expert whose combat strength surpassed the strongest Lord of Heaven. When they attacked together, the power was still very shocking. However, the primordial light race had too many experts. The primordial light race had a total of 14 battle envoys below the Lord of Heaven. On the other side, there were also 7. Most importantly, the primordial light race had too many joint attack arrays. There were 7-person arrays and 9-person arrays. When they were used, the power was very shocking. As long as the people who set up the arrays had a high enough cultivation level, the combat strength of a 7-person array? It was comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven. In an instant, the attacks from Firmament and the others were blocked. Swoosh! At this moment, a middle-aged man beside Firmament made his move. Transforming into a stream of light. Appearing in front of the city wall in an instant. Thousands of light beams shot out crazily and pierced the cracks in the defensive array. Open! The middle-aged man from the primordial light race roared. The light beams of the opponent's hair were like tentacles. They grabbed the sides of the cracks. They tore the cracks apart. The remaining part of his hair intertwined together to form a shield. It blocked the attacks from the quasi-saint race and Lu Ming. Was this a terrifying expert? Had combat strength surpassing the strongest Lord of Heaven? It was a Guangxian king of the primordial light race. The primordial light race? There are at least 2 king of kings. Lu Ming's expression was grave. Because of this person? The Guangxian Wang ambassador, who had fought with Gu Changfeng at the Heaven Exterminating Army's base, was still with the 9th young master. This meant that there were at least 2 Guangxian imperial envoys in the primordial light race. To be to attack to attack to attack to. To pull to be to break close combat. Lord to be to. He unleashed the sky splitter move, turning it into a dazzling spear light that pierced toward the Guangxian king. Lu Ming used all his strength in this attack. Illusory light pillar. Qiuqiu also attacked at the same time as Lu Ming. A light pillar shot out and enveloped the Guangxian king. Qiuqiu wasn't the only one who attacked. Autumn Moon, Xianyanqing, and Bone Demon also attacked. 9 apertures in one origin slash. Boundless Demonic Palm. Autumn Moon and Xianyanqing both used their ultimate moves. Autumn Moon slashed out a transparent blade light. Xianyanqing's ultimate move was the combination of the Boundless Devil Steel and the Demonic Palm. It was extremely powerful. As for Bone Demon, he appeared in front of the Guanxin King in a flash and slashed down with his purple gold combat puppet. Lu Ming's attack was the fastest. He immediately pierced through the Guanxin King's intertwined light beam hair. A series of explosions erupted as energy rippled outwards. Bone Demon, Autumn Moon, and Xianyanqing's attacks also arrived. The Guanxin King was slightly affected by Qiuqiu's illusory light pillar. There was a moment when his strength wasn't at its peak. This was the moment when Lu Ming and the others attacked. They grasped the opportunity very well. Boom! 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 Under the continuous attacks, the Guanxin King's light beam hair exploded continuously. Lu Ming and the others' attacks were directed at the Guanxin King's body. The Guanxin King's pupils contracted slightly as his body instinctively retreated. Get into formation and attack with all your might. Firmament's reaction was also very fast. When Lu Ming and the others attacked, he also shouted and ordered his subordinates to attack. The defensive array formation hadn't been completely broken yet. As long as they blocked the attacks of the Primordial Light Tribe, the defensive array formation would be easily reactivated. If they missed this opportunity, the consequences would be unpredictable. The people of the Quasi-Saint tribe also took out their trump cards. In addition to the all-out attack of the 7 strongest heaven monarchs, there was also a 7-person joint attack formation and a 9-person joint attack formation. The 7-man joint attack array formation was equivalent to 1 strongest Lord of Heaven. The 9-man joint attack array formation was set up by 9 peak almighty experts. Its combat strength was equivalent to several times that of several strongest Lord of Heaven. In addition, the other Quasi-Saint tribesmen also attacked with all their might and blocked the attacks of the Primordial Light Tribe's experts. Dandan and the other experts of the Quasi-Saint tribe who were proficient in array formations tried their best to control the array formation in an attempt to reactivate it. You are courting death. After being pushed back by Lu Ming and the others, the Guanxin emissary roared angrily and revealed a strong murderous intent. Shaoqing, Autumn Moon, stand at the back. Qiuqiu, Gumo, work with me to block him. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to the others. Qiuqiu landed on Lu Ming's body and turned into an armor that covered Lu Ming. However, the armor was different from before. 2 sabers appeared on both sides of Lu Ming's body. They were transformed by Qiuqiu and could be used to attack. There was also a mirror on Lu Ming's chest that was also transformed by Qiuqiu. As Qiuqiu's cultivation deepened, he could already use several kinds of mystical source-grade divine weapons at the same time. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming and Gumo rushed to the front and attacked the Guanxin emissary while Xianyanqing and Autumn Moon attacked from behind. Their defensive power was too weak. If they were hit by the Guanxin emissary, it would be no small matter. Lu Ming and Gumo attacked with all their might and collided with the Guanxin emissary's attack. Both sides exchanged a few moves in an instant. Then, Lu Ming and Gumo retreated rapidly. Lu Ming felt his blood and qi churning and almost vomited blood. The Guanxin emissary's battle power was too strong. Even if he merged with Qiuqiu, the difference was too great. If it weren't for Gumo, Xianyanqing, and Autumn Moon working together, he wouldn't have been able to block the Guanxin emissary. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Don't overestimate yourself. Die! The Guanxin emissary shouted coldly. His whole body was covered in resplendent rays of light as if he was about to turn into a ray of light. A terrifying aura spread out, making Lu Ming and the others fearful. Chapter 48-42. Sung Qiong, send someone to support us. Lu Ming roared and asked Sung Qiong for help. The pressure was too great for them to face a Guanxin emissary alone. The cultivation of Wan Shen, Dandan, Bubbles, and Ling Yue were too low. It was difficult for them to be of any use against such a peerless expert. You guys, go and help Lu Ming and the others. Sun Xiong clenched his teeth and ordered the 9 people to attack the array together. He knew very well that if they couldn't stop the Guanxin emissary and let them break the array, the quasi-saint tribe would suffer the greatest loss. Annihilation, Baijian, come and help us. Let's restart the array here first. You guys can still hold on for a while. Sun Xiong roared again. His voice was transmitted to the Lord Annihilation and the others. The situation was too dangerous because another expert beside the 9th young master of the primordial light race had made a move. This expert was the one who had fought with Gu Changfeng at the Heaven Destroyer station. He was also a Guanxin emissary. The quasi-saint tribe's peerless expert went up and blocked this person. But overall, they were completely at a disadvantage. Without that peerless expert and the 9-person array, the quasi-saint tribe's strength was far inferior to the primordial light races. On the other side, the Lord Annihilation's expression kept changing. But in the end, he clenched his teeth and rushed over with a group of heavenly human tribes experts. He didn't want to help Lu Ming and the quasi-saint tribe. He hoped that Lu Ming would die in the hands of the primordial light race, but he couldn't sit by and do nothing. They were now in the same boat. Without the lips, the teeth would feel the cold. If Lu Ming and the rest were killed and the array was broken, the heavenly human clan would be the next to be killed. They only made a move to protect themselves. With the heavenly human tribe's participation, the quasi-saint tribe's pressure eased a lot. And with the help of the 9-person array, Lu Ming's pressure also eased a lot. They finally managed to block the Guanxin emissary. Killing array, rise for me. After a while, the Dandan on the city wall shouted. The city wall under his feet glowed. A formation appeared. This array? It appeared in the air, emitting a dazzling glow. Then, inside the array, a huge bird flew out. This giant bird looked very much like the golden-winged roc. Its entire body was golden, filled with a terrifying aura. Wings like divine blades. He charged toward the group of primordial light clan members. Puff puff puff, instantly. More than 10 members of the primordial light clan had been killed. One of them was a peak divine master. Then, the golden bird turned around and charged toward the other heavenly human tribe powerful beings. The power of this golden bird was astonishing. It killed many members of the Yuan light race in a row. Even a warrior below the king level was sent flying by the golden bird. Haha. Now you know how powerful I am. Dandan laughed. The killing array on the city wall? This guy actually managed to activate one of them. Firmament and the others were shocked. They knew. Was that the killing array of the city wall? It was just that it was very broken and almost unusable. Was it the previous array master of the quasi-immortal race? He had already studied it, and the conclusion he came to was that it was impossible to repair it and activate it. Unexpectedly, Dandan had successfully repaired it. Lu Ming, let me help you. Dandan laughed. His turtle shell glowed, and runes spread out continuously as he activated the killing array on the city wall. The runes in the array formation in the void intensified. Then, a huge golden bird condensed and charged toward the Guangxian Wang ambassador, who was fighting with Lu Ming and the rest. Kill! The Guangxian Wang ambassador shouted coldly. His body seemed to have turned into a ray of light. This light covered his light beam hair, increasing the power of his light beam hair greatly. Hundreds of beams of light swept out and sent the golden bird flying. However, the golden bird was formed by the array. After it was sent flying, it flapped its wings and charged toward the enemy again. With the help of the 2 golden birds, the pressure on Lu Ming and the others was greatly reduced. They were able to completely block the primordial light clan members. At this moment, the 9th young master ordered the primordial light clan members on the other side to attack this place. Both sides gathered all their strength, intending to fight it out. However, the array on this section of the city wall glowed brightly. Many of the array formations had been reactivated. The array formations are about to be activated. Retreat! Sung Cheong shouted. They retreated as they fought. However, the Primordial Light clan members naturally didn't want Lu Ming and the others to retreat into the ancient city so easily. They launched a fierce attack. Dandan controlled the two golden birds to stop the Primordial Light clan members, allowing Lu Ming, Xianyanqing, and the others to retreat into the ancient city successfully. Then, the Quasi-Saint tribe and the Heavenly Human tribe also retreated successfully, but they paid a price. When Lu Ming and the others, the Heavenly Human tribe, and the Quasi-Saint tribe, successfully retreated into the ancient city, the defensive array formation on the city wall was activated again, blocking the Primordial Light clan members outside. Damn it! Retreat first. The 9th young master of the Primordial Light clan said. He ordered the Primordial Light clan members to temporarily stop and retreat to a certain distance. The Primordial Light clan members had exhausted a lot of their energy during the battle and needed time to recover. Inside the ancient city, the people from all three sides heaved a sigh of relief. It had been really dangerous just now. The reason they were able to block the Primordial Light clan was because they had occupied an advantageous location. They had only blocked the gaps in the broken array formation. The gaps were limited and the Primordial Light clan members couldn't all attack. This was the only way they could block the Primordial Light clan's attack. If the Great Array formation was broken and the Primordial Light clan members charged in, the three sides would only be defeated even if they joined forces. Lu Ming, why didn't you use your full strength just now? The Lord of Heaven suddenly asked Lu Ming. Lu Ming was slightly taken aback. What nonsense are you talking about? Didn't you see Lu Ming risking his life just now? He was injured and yet he didn't use his full strength? You must be blind. Dandan shouted. Back then, Lu Ming was able to kill the three strongest Lord of Heaven of our clan. His combat strength is incomparable. Lu Ming was obviously hiding his strength just now. We were all risking our lives, but he was hiding his strength. What is his intention? The Lord of Heaven sneered. This guy, Dandan gritted his teeth but was speechless. The news of Lu Ming killing the three strongest Lord of Heaven of the Heavenly Human tribe had already spread throughout the universe. The combat strength that Lu Ming had displayed just now was obviously not that strong. Could it be that Lu Ming was really hiding his strength? Many people from the Quasi-Saint tribe looked at Lu Ming with suspicion and indignation. The Quasi-Saint tribe had suffered great losses in the battle just now. More than 50 experts had fallen and they were all Divine Master Realm existences. The greatest loss was the 7-man joint attack array formation. In the previous battle, the 7-man joint attack array formation of the Quasi-Saint tribe had been broken by the other party's experts. 3 of the 7 people who had set up the array formation had died and 3 of the carriers of the array formation had been seized by the other party. This meant that the array formation was useless. This was a great loss. Chapter 48-43. The joint attack formation of the Divine Lord Realm and above could only be set up through a carrier. Refining a carrier was extremely difficult. Not only did it require precious materials, but it also required a person who could refine the carrier. Refining a carrier for a joint attack formation was much more difficult than setting up a formation or refining a divine weapon. One had to have extremely high attainments in both the Tao of Rune formations and the Tao of weapon forging in order to successfully forge it. More importantly, many of the methods to refine carriers for joint attack formations had been lost. Therefore, the destruction of a joint attack formation carrier was a huge loss. It was no wonder that the people of the Quasi-Sage tribe were unhappy. They were fighting with all their might and had suffered huge losses, but Lu Ming was still hiding his strength. What was his motive? Was he trying to make use of the living creatures in the Forbidden Land to weaken their strength? This guy is really cunning, Lu Ming muttered in his heart. He knew very well that the Heavenly Lord of Extermination had 2 motives for saying this. The first was to drive a wedge between him and the Quasi-Saint tribe so that the members of the Quasi-Saint tribe would view Lu Ming as their enemy. The second was to reconfirm whether Lu Ming could unleash the power of the Heaven Destroyer. Lu Ming couldn't refute. Could he say that he couldn't unleash that kind of power and that he had already tried his best? Of course, he couldn't say that directly. Otherwise, wouldn't it reduce his deterrence? I believe Brother Lu has his reasons. The most important thing now is to recover your strength as soon as possible so that the Yuan light race won't attack again. Firmament came out to smooth things over. He was extremely smart and had already guessed that Lu Ming had most likely tried his best. As for the power that killed the 3 strongest Lord of Heaven and the Heaven Destroyer, most likely, it couldn't be used. Moreover, now wasn't the time for conflicts. It was more important to work together to deal with the Yuan light race. The Lord of Heaven sneered and walked to the side to recover. Lu Ming and the others? They also started to recover. Outside the ancient city? Some higher-ups of the Yuan light race? They would discuss it further. Ninth young master, it's very difficult to deal with these guys with the power of the ancient city's array. The attack just now? We lost dozens of men. A war envoy of the king reported. The members of the Primordial Light clan had been sealed away for countless years. Therefore, there weren't many of them. They couldn't be compared to some of the big races in the universe. So they couldn't afford to lose. Losing a few dozen? It made their hearts ache. A frontal attack? Was it really not a good plan? Even if they could take it down? Our losses will not be small either. After Ninth Young Master finished speaking, he thought for a while before continuing. If we can't attack them head-on, then split them up from the inside. Divide them internally? How do we divide them? Someone asked. I've heard about it before. What were the strongest forces in the universe? Did they all have a grudge against each other? Especially the Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Human Tribe? Lu Ming and the Heavenly Human Tribe were mortal enemies. Was it because of their pressure that Lu Ming agreed to cooperate with them? If we change our strategy, their alliance will fall apart in an instant. Let's do this. Send someone to announce outside the ancient city that my target is Lu Ming's group. As long as they take the initiative to hand over Lu Ming's group to us, we will immediately retreat, Ninth Young Master ordered. Great. The Heavenly Human Tribe and the Quasi-Saint Tribe probably know that Ninth Young Master and Lu Ming have a grudge against each other. They will definitely believe you. In order to protect themselves, a war envoy of the king sneered and flattered Ninth Young Master. Okay, let's act immediately. Ninth Young Master waved his hand. On the city wall. The Yuan light race is here again. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, interrupting the others' recovery. Everyone immediately stopped recovering and looked outside the city wall nervously. Why did the Yuan light race come so quickly? Logically speaking, the Yuan light race should have consumed a lot of energy just now. Shouldn't they be recovering? They hadn't recovered yet. They immediately heaved a sigh of relief. It turned out that there was only one person from the Yuan light race. A Yuan light race member stopped outside the ancient city and shouted, "Everyone inside, listen up. Our Ninth Young Master has said that he only wants Lu Ming and his group. It has nothing to do with anyone else. As long as you hand over Lu Ming and his group, we will immediately retreat and leave this place. I will say it again. Our Ninth Young Master has said that he only wants Lu Ming and his group," the Primordial Light tribesman shouted twice before stopping. There was a moment of silence on the city wall. Then, many people couldn't help but look at Lu Ming's group. Some people's eyes were already filled with hostility. So the Yuan light race's target is Lu Ming and his group. As long as we hand them over, we will be fine. There is no need to fight to the death with the Yuan light race. Some people had already started discussing secretly. Could this be the Yuan light race's plan to sow discord between us? Not everyone was easily fooled, and some people raised their doubts. It might not be a plan to sow discord. Haven't you heard that Lu Ming and the Yuan light race's Ninth Young Master have had a feud for a long time? Back at the Heaven Destroyer base, Lu Ming defeated the Yuan light race's Ninth Young Master in front of everyone. It's only natural that the Yuan light race wants revenge. Someone retorted. That's right. Lu Ming and the Yuan light race's Ninth Young Master do have a big feud. It seems like this is really possible. Some people who had been doubting this were starting to believe it. Perhaps the Yuan light race would retreat as long as they handed over Lu Ming and his group. More and more people stared at Lu Ming's group with hostility, especially the people from the heavenly human race. The extermination Lord of Heaven even sneered. The Yuan light race's actions were exactly what he wanted. This is obviously the Yuan light race's plan to sow discord and weaken our strength. Can't you even figure this out? Are you out of your minds? Dandan shouted. However, the attitude of the people around them did not change. They were still staring at Lu Ming's group with hostility. If it were not for the fact that they were worried about Lu Ming's combat strength, they would have already attacked. Lu Ming, things have already come to this point. We can't help you even if we want to. How about this? Since we are cooperating with you, we won't attack you. You can leave the city on your own accord. The extermination Lord of Heaven spoke with a cold smile on his face. If you want us to leave, just say it. Saying it like this will only make you look hypocritical. Lu Ming said indifferently. Lu Ming, don't you want to leave? You didn't use your full strength earlier. Do you really want all of us to be implicated by you? The extermination Lord of Heaven said. That's right. Hurry up and leave before we attack. Hurry up and leave. Don't be so selfish. Do you want us to die with you? The rest of the people started to shout. You want us to leave? Let's see if you have what it takes. Dandan shouted coldly. That's right. Before we leave, let's destroy the heavenly human race first. The myriad god shouted as a powerful aura emanated from his body. Chapter 48-44. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Bone Demon, and the rest also exuded powerful auras. Their auras contained cold murderous intent. The Lord of Heaven had targeted them repeatedly, and Lu Ming and the others had long wanted to kill him. The people of the heavenly human tribe also emitted powerful auras that collided with the auras of Lu Ming and the others, creating waves of ripples. On the city wall, a series of thunderous roars could be heard. Outside the ancient city, the people of the primordial light tribe looked at each other from afar and smiled. The ninth young lord is really clever. Look, they are already in a state of disunity after passing on the message. A battle envoy below the king realm flattered. You are right. The heavenly human tribe, the quasi-sage tribe, and the heaven destroyer are originally in a state of disunity. Just a little trick can make them fall apart. Pass down the order that they will only be given 3 days. If they do not hand over Lu Ming after 3 days, we will continue to attack. When the time comes, we will not leave even a chicken or a dog alive. The ninth young lord sneered. Then, the people of the primordial light tribe outside the city wall repeated the ninth young lord's words. At this time, the confrontation on the city wall became even more tense. Wait a minute. At this time, Tsang Qiong's voice was heard. He brought the experts of the quasi-sage tribe and suddenly appeared between Lu Ming and the heavenly human tribe. The peerless expert who had surpassed the strongest Lord of Heaven suddenly emitted a powerful aura. Like a sharp sword, it forcibly separated the confrontation between Lu Ming and the heavenly human tribe. Brother Tsang Qiong, what do you think? Lu Ming looked at Tsang Qiong. Tsang Qiong asked. Brother Lu? If it's just me, I will definitely support you. At most, we will fight to the death with the primordial light tribe. But... Tsang Qiong paused. He pondered for a moment. There was a sneer at the corners of Lu Ming's mouth. He already knew what Tsang Qiong's attitude was. Sure enough, Tsang Qiong continued, but I am the young master of the quasi-sage tribe. Do I have to be responsible for the thousands of lives of the quasi-sage tribe? Can't I let them accompany me to their deaths? So? Brother Lu? Sorry? Please leave, sigh. Nest, you hypocrite. If you're afraid of death, just say so. Why did you want to cooperate with us before? Is this the way of cooperation? Dandan cursed loudly. He glared at the sky. Brat? Watch your attitude. The primordial light clan's condition was for us to hand you all over. We didn't do anything, but you can leave on your own? I've already done my best. Don't push your luck. At the edge of the sky, a middle-aged man berated. Come on, let's fight. Who's afraid of who? Dandan shouted. Dandan, Wan Shen, at that moment, Lu Ming patted Dandan and Myriad God on the shoulders, indicating for them to calm down. Lu Ming had been very calm the whole time, a cold smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. He was well aware of Firmament's intention to exterminate the Lord of Heaven. Letting them leave on their own instead of handing them over was the best plan for the Quasi-Saint tribe and the Heavenly Human tribe. Because handing over Lu Ming and the others would inevitably lead to a huge battle. Even if they could capture Lu Ming and the others in the end, could the Quasi-Saint tribe and the Heavenly Human tribe guarantee that they wouldn't suffer any losses? Moreover, they didn't trust the Primordial Light Clan. What if the Primordial Light Clan didn't retreat after handing over Lu Ming and the others and continue to attack? If they let Lu Ming and the others leave on their own, they wouldn't have to attack Lu Ming and the others. Moreover, if Lu Ming and the others left, they would definitely fight with all their might. That would definitely lead some of the Primordial Light Clan away, which was very advantageous for them. Alright, we'll leave in 3 days. At that moment, Lu Ming spoke. Many people were shocked. Dandan, Wan Shen, Bubbles, and the others looked at Lu Ming in surprise. Obviously, they didn't expect Lu Ming to compromise with his character. Lu Ming, why did you agree to their request? At most, we'll just fight. Although we can't deal with the Quasi-Saint tribe with our battle strength, we might not lose to the Heavenly Human tribe. Dandan transmitted his voice to Lu Ming, full of doubts. As you can see, the Quasi-Saint tribe definitely won't sit idly by when we attack the Heavenly Human tribe. If we fight the Heavenly Human tribe, both sides will most likely suffer losses. This will weaken the ancient city's strength, which is disadvantageous for the Quasi-Saint tribe. They will definitely protect the Heavenly Human tribe. Lu Ming explained. Then if we leave, won't we also weaken the ancient city's strength? This time, it was Wan Shen who asked. If we leave, we can at least lead some of the Primordial Light Clan away. Even the 9th young master of the Primordial Light Clan will leave with his men, Lu Ming explained. Dandan, Wan Shen, Bubbles, and the others all understood. As for Xian Yanqing, Tang Jun, Bone Demon, and the others, they were meticulous and had already guessed it. Given the current situation, it's better to leave than to stay here. Who knows, we might be able to walk out of the current predicament. Lu Ming continued. If they continued to stay here, the ancient city would be breached sooner or later. At that time, it would be very dangerous for them to face the Primordial Light tribe head-on. Of course, they couldn't leave casually. They had to make some arrangements. Otherwise, rushing out like this was tantamount to a moth flying into a flame. In addition, there was another reason why Lu Ming decided to leave. They already had a joint attack formation, which was their biggest trump card. Although it wasn't perfect, once it was used, it would play a great role at a critical moment. If they set up a joint attack formation, it wouldn't be difficult to defeat the Lord of Heaven and the others. If the quasi-immortal tribe didn't help them, Lu Ming would really take action. He would deal with the Lord of Heaven and the others first. However, with the quasi-immortal tribe's intervention, it was impossible. If they really fought, both sides would suffer and the Primordial Light tribe would benefit. When the Primordial Light tribe took the opportunity to break the formation, they would all die. This was another important reason why Lu Ming decided to leave and not attack the Heavenly Human tribe. Lu Ming, what's your plan? If we leave like this, it'll be like moths flying into a flame, Tang Jun transmitted his voice. Create a diversion. We have 3 days to prepare. In these 3 days, let Dandan set up a formation somewhere. The Primordial Light tribe will definitely think that we're going to break out of the encirclement with a formation. When the time comes, we'll break out from another direction. Immediately, Lu Ming gave a simple explanation of his location. I think it's feasible. Guo nodded. Alright, let's do it. It's a pity that I can't kill that bastard Zhu Mia with my own hands. How annoying, Dandan sighed. Zhu Mia will die sooner or later. It's just a matter of time. Let's let him live a little longer. Lu Ming said coldly. His voice was filled with killing intent. A little impatience spoils great plans. If Lu Ming was alone, he might have launched an attack and dealt with the Lord of Heaven first. However, the lives of Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, Ling Yue, Gu Mo, Dandan, Bubbles, Wan Shen, Qiuqiu and Tang Jun were all in their hands. He had no choice but to act cautiously. The first thing he had to consider was the safety of the others. As for killing the Lord of Heaven and the others, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Chapter 48-45. We will leave in 3 days. Lu Ming repeated himself. Then, he looked at Sangxiong and said, I am a person who draws a clear line between kindness and hatred. I will repay kindness with kindness and revenge with revenge. You gave us the refining method of the leap-crossing airship back then, so we owe you a debt of gratitude. But from now on, we will write off our debt of gratitude. After saying that, Lu Ming left with Xian Yanqing and the others without looking back. Sangxiong's attitude today had clearly shown that he was standing against Lu Ming and the others. In order to protect himself, he had betrayed Lu Ming and the others. In that case, the debt of giving them the leap-crossing airship was written off. What's there to be arrogant about? He is just a dying man. Besides, Sangxiong, a quasi-saint, snorted. This person is indeed a genius. If it weren't for the current situation, I wouldn't want to make things worse. Sangxiong sighed softly. He had always felt a huge pressure towards Lu Ming. Although his current combat strength wasn't lower than Lu Ming's, he was always wary of Lu Ming. This was an instinct. He instinctively felt that Lu Ming would be very terrifying in the future. If it weren't for the current situation, he wouldn't have chosen to offend Lu Ming. At least, he wouldn't have done so openly. But since he had offended Lu Ming, he hoped that Lu Ming would die in the hands of the primordial light race. Send someone to keep an eye on Lu Ming and the others. See what they are going to do in the next 3 days. Exterminate, the Lord of Heaven ordered his subordinates. Lu Ming and the others left the city wall and found a place to recuperate and adjust their breathing. Not long after, they recovered to their peak state and started to set up the array. Dandan left secretly and went to the north of the ancient city to set up the array secretly. The primordial light race didn't attack the north of the ancient city because the defensive array here was stronger. Dandan left the ancient city secretly and set up the array outside the city wall. Of course, all of this was discovered by the members of the Heavenly Human Tribe. This was because every move of Lu Ming's group was under the surveillance of the Heavenly Human Tribe. News of Lu Ming's actions quickly reached the ears of the Lord of Heaven, and the others. It seems that Lu Ming and the others are planning to set up a formation there. After 3 days, they will rely on the power of the formation to break through the encirclement. The Lord of Heaven of 100 Battles said. That's right. That World Divine Turtle's control of the formation is extremely exquisite, surpassing most of the World Divine Turtles. If he spends 3 days and some materials to set up the formation, he might really be able to set up a very powerful formation. The Lord of Heaven of Extermination said. Then what should we do? Should we leak this information and let the Primordial Light Tribe find out? The Lord of Heaven of 100 Battles said. Although they were enemies with the Primordial Light Tribe, if they deliberately leaked the possible route that Lu Ming and the others might take to break through the encirclement, the Primordial Light Tribe would send people to guard that route even if they did not believe it. No. If Lu Ming and the others are killed by the Primordial Light Tribe as soon as they break through the encirclement, it won't do us any good, the Lord of Heaven of Extermination said. Although he really wanted Lu Ming and the others to be killed by the Primordial Light Tribe, he still hoped that Lu Ming and the others could break through the encirclement for the sake of his own life. That way, they would be able to draw some of the Primordial Light Tribe away and reduce the pressure on them. If they were killed easily, they would not be able to draw the Primordial Light Tribe away. However, he could not allow Lu Ming and the others to break through the encirclement too easily. If the Primordial Light Tribe did not even realize that they had broken through, that would not do. If the Primordial Light Tribe did not realize that Lu Ming and the others had broken through the encirclement, it would not do them any good. Instead, it would benefit Lu Ming and the others. How about this? When the 3 days are almost up, we will purposely leak the route that Lu Ming and the others took to break through the encirclement. However, it will not be one route, but two, one real and one fake. This way, not only will the Primordial Light Tribe know that Lu Ming and the others have broken through the encirclement, but they will also disperse their forces and kill Lu Ming and the others. The Lord of Heaven of Extermination said. Great. We will continue to send people to monitor them. The Lord of Heaven of 100 Battles clapped his hands and said. Bubbles, what is the Heavenly Human Tribe's plan? On the other side of the ancient city, Lu Ming asked Bubbles. The Heavenly Human Tribe's plan was actually within Lu Ming's expectations. Bubbles had already discovered that there were people secretly monitoring them. Bubbles controlled the power of time and space. She could hide in layers of voids and disrupt time. Only she could monitor others. How could others monitor her? Of course, it was another matter if their cultivation base was much higher than Bubbles. Hence, Lu Ming asked Bubbles to secretly monitor the Lord of Heaven of Extermination and the others. He wanted to see what the Lord of Heaven of Extermination and the others were up to. Big brother Lu Ming, those guys are really bad. They plan to leak the route that Dandan had set up to the Primordial Light Tribe. However, they will not only leak one route. They will also leak a fake one. Immediately, Bubbles told Lu Ming everything about her. That's a good plan. However, this is also good. It suits me just fine. Lu Ming smiled. The plan to exterminate the Lord of Heaven of Extermination was also part of Lu Ming's plan. Only by exterminating the Lord of Heaven of Extermination could Lu Ming's plan be carried out smoothly. When the time came, the Primordial Light Tribe would attack the real route and the fake route while Lu Ming and the others would break through from the third route. It would definitely be much easier. Bubbles, continue to monitor the Heavenly Human Tribe's movements. Lu Ming said to Bubbles. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Bubbles chuckled and waved her little fist. In a flash, she disappeared into the void. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, the deadline given by the Primordial Light Tribe was approaching. During these 3 days, Dandan had been pretending to secretly set up a formation in that place. He had deliberately made it very secretive. Of course, all of this was seen by the Heavenly Human Tribe. When the deadline was approaching, the Heavenly Human Tribe purposely sealed the news in a jade stone and threw it outside the city wall. It was discovered by the Primordial Light Tribe. The people of the Primordial Light Tribe immediately reported it to the 9th Young Master. 9th Young Master, the Heavenly Human Tribe would not be so kind as to pass on the news that Lu Ming and the others are about to break out of the encirclement to us. In my opinion, this might be fake. An elder from the Primordial Light Tribe said. It's not the same. The Heavenly Human Tribe has always been enemies with Lu Ming and the others. They will not rest until one of them is dead. It is not impossible that they would leak the news of Lu Ming and the others breaking out of the encirclement to us. Another expert from the Primordial Light Tribe said. If they leak the news of Lu Ming and the others breaking out of the encirclement to us, we will easily kill Lu Ming and the others. This will not benefit the Heavenly Human Tribe. Instead, it will weaken their strength. The first person immediately retorted. The two sides each had their own opinions and discussed fervently. In the end, they all looked at the 9th Young Master and waited for him to make the decision. It's better to believe it than not. We must not let Lu Ming go. The 9th Young Master said coldly. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Lu Ming had made him lose his dignity in front of his subordinates. He must kill Lu Ming to regain his dignity. Chapter 48-46. Moreover, the Heavenly Human Tribe has given us 2 routes. This means that the authenticity of the 2 routes is much higher. It is very likely that one of them is real and the other is fake. They are deliberately trying to divide our forces. Jill Gongzi continued to analyze, his eyes shining with wisdom. It is indeed possible that one of them is real and the other is fake. Then, we can only split into 2. As long as we find out which route is real, we can reinforce the other one. A handsome young man in his 20s sat on Jiao Gongzi's right. He was a Guangqian royal envoy, the right-hand man of Jiao Gongzi. He had an extraordinary status. Those who could become Guangqian royal envoys were all peerless talents with unlimited potential. Their future achievements were limitless. They were the focus of the primordial light tribe. Although their status was not as high as Jiao Gongzi's, it was not much lower. Therefore, he could sit on Jiao Gongzi's right. Another man in his 30s sat on Jiao Gongzi's left. He was also a Guangqian royal envoy. As for the others, they were all seated below. No, we have to split into 3. I'm afraid that the 2 routes given by the heavenly human tribe are fake. Jiao Gongzi's eyes flashed coldly. Then, he gave the order and started to make arrangements. Soon, more than 1,000 primordial light tribe figures flickered and disappeared from the ground. The cold wind whistled. It was as cold as a knife. Lu Ming, Xianyanqing, Autumn Moon, and the others appeared in a few remote corners of the ancient city. They were shrouded in the space-time power. In addition, Dandan had set up a formation to hide their aura. They did not alert anyone. It's time. Dandan, let's do it. Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Dandan. Leave it to me. After saying that, Dandan's hands quickly formed seals. Countless runes entered the void and disappeared. In the next moment, on the other side of the ancient city, outside the city walls, a faint light filled the air. Runes flickered, and within the flickering runes, 10 figures condensed. These 10 figures were Lu Ming, Xianyanqing, Autumn Moon, and the others. They were exactly the same as real people. These 10 figures were like specters as they rushed out of the city walls at high speed. Lu Ming, you are too naive if you think you can break out from here. A cold shout was heard. Following that, many figures appeared in the void in front of them. The leader of the group was the Guangqian royal envoy, who looked to be in his 20s. Behind him was a large number of elites from the Yuanguang tribe. The powerful aura caused the void to tremble. Lu Ming and the rest did not respond at all. Instead, countless runes appeared around their bodies. These runes formed a huge array. The formation madly absorbed the energy between heaven and earth, forming a battle sword. Lu Ming and the rest were inside the battle sword. They followed the battle sword and dashed out. In fact, the figures of Lu Ming and the others in the array formation were naturally fake. They were condensed by Dandan's array formation. However, they were all enveloped by other arrays, which seriously interfered with the judgment of the Yuanguang clan. Therefore, the Yuanguang clan thought that they were real. Boom! The people of the Yuanguang clan made their move. Thousands of light beams gathered and collided with the battle sword formed by Dandan's formation. There was an earth-shattering explosion and thousands of sword chi shot up into the sky. The collision lasted for only a few breaths before the battle sword formed by the formation collapsed. However, the moment the battle sword collapsed, another formation was revealed. Another battle sword formed and enveloped Lu Ming and the others. Dandan had spent 3 days to set up this formation. During this time, he had used up a lot of resources. In the Tao of formations, the power of setting up a formation out of thin air and adding materials to it was completely different. With the addition of various materials and the stimulation of the energy within the materials, the prowess of the formation would definitely be greater than that of a formation set up from nothing. Given Dandan's current attainments in array formations, she had spent a lot of resources and 3 days to set up the array formation. Its power was already very shocking. Although it was impossible for it to break through the encirclement of so many primordial light tribe members, it was still possible to stall them for a while. On the other side of the ancient city. It has begun. Let's go. Lu Ming spoke when he saw the sword chi shooting up into the sky. Then, they silently rushed out of the ancient city. There were people of the Yuanguang clan patrolling every area of the ancient city. However, most of the people of the Yuanguang clan had been attracted by the real and fake paths. There were not many people of the Yuanguang clan patrolling the area. Lu Ming and the others encountered 2 groups of people of the Yuanguang clan patrolling the ancient city. There were 2 people in each group. However, before they could react, they were killed by Lu Ming and the others. They did not even have time to spread the news. In a short while, Lu Ming and the others were getting further and further away from the ancient city. The ancient city had already been left behind. It was like a black dot in the distance. However, Lu Ming, Xianyanxing and the others suddenly felt a sense of danger. Retreat! Lu Ming shouted softly and his figure retreated rapidly. As soon as they retreated, streaks of sword light burst out from the ground and pierced towards the place where Lu Ming and the others had been standing. Those were strands of light hair. Then, the soil on the ground exploded and dozens of people of the Yuanguang clan appeared. Then, in front of Lu Ming and the others, more and more people of the Yuanguang clan appeared. There were more than 200 of them. The leader was a young man with a cold gaze. It was the 9th young master. As expected, the so-called 2 paths are fake. This is the real direction you are going to break out of the encirclement. The 9th young master said coldly. How did you know we were going to break out from here? Lu Ming quickly calmed down and scanned the people of the heavenly human tribe. Fortunately, he did not see the Guanxian royal envoy. Do you have any other choice other than the places we usually attack in the 2 paths? Lu Ming, I have to say that you are very smart. Not only did you deceive the heavenly human tribe, but you also almost fooled me. The 9th young master said. Haven't you already been fooled? Lu Ming mocked. If they had not been fooled, there would be more than 200 people of the Yuanguang clan here. It was obvious that the rest of the Yuanguang clan had gone to guard the 2 paths. Humph, we are enough to kill you. Set up the array and attack. The 9th young master shouted with a murderous look on his face. Swoosh, 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 the people of the Yuanguang clan flashed and their light hair danced in the air. Led by the 9th young master, 4 of them charged towards Lu Ming and the others. The 4 of them had the combat strength of the Lord of Heaven. Of course, the 4 Lord of Heaven were no match for Lu Ming and the others. The trump card of the Yuanguang clan was the combined array. There were a total of 3 combined array, 2 of which were 7 people and 1 of which was 9 people. They all charged towards Lu Ming and the others. The remaining people of the Yuanguang clan controlled their light hair with all their strength. Countless light hair intertwined and formed an inescapable net that enveloped the area and blocked Lu Ming and the others' escape route. Chapter 48-47. The entire sky was filled with light beams, forming an inescapable net, enveloping a large area within it. Obviously, the goal of the primordial light tribe was to restrict the movements of Lu Ming and the others so that they would not be able to escape. The main attackers were the 9th young master and the other 4 elites who were comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven. There were also 3 formations. The 2 7-man formations formed a giant figure that held a battle sword and slashed at Lu Ming and the others at an alarming speed. The array formed by the 9 of them formed a combat sword that pierced through the air. It was the fastest and was closing in on Lu Ming and the rest at high speed. What Lu Ming and the rest were truly fearful of was the combined attack of the 9 of them. Previously, when they were attacking the ancient city's defensive array, Lu Ming and the rest had witnessed the prowess of this 9-man combined attack array. The people who had set up the array were all powerful individuals from the Yuanguang clan. The combat power of the array was comparable to that of the 3 most powerful Lords of Heaven. The combat strength of the 2 7-man formations was also comparable to one of the strongest Lord of Heaven. In total, the combat strength of the primordial light tribe was comparable to 9 of the strongest Lord of Heaven. This was definitely not something that Lu Ming and the others could handle. Therefore, the 9th young master was very confident that he would be able to take down Lu Ming and the others this time. Set up the formation and charge out in one go. Lu Ming shouted in a low voice. His voice rang in the ears of the other 9 people. Swoosh, 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 the others moved in a flash and the metal plates at their waists appeared. Runes filled the air as they started to set up the formation. In the face of the primordial light tribe's formation, especially the 9-man formation, they could only fight back with the formation. Otherwise, no one would be able to block the 9-man formation. Even if the Bone Devil's defense was strong, the combined attack of 9 people would most likely not be able to hurt him. However, it was still possible to send him flying. In that case, Lu Ming and the others' formation would be messed up and they would be entangled by the Primordial Light Tribe. Once that happened, they would be in great danger. Furthermore, the Primordial Light Tribe from other directions would definitely be rushing over. If they could not break out of the encirclement quickly and were entangled for a while, they would be doomed when the other Primordial Light Tribe arrived. It was impossible to count on the Heavenly Human Tribe or the Quasi-Immortal Tribe for help. Therefore, the best choice was to unleash their strongest combat strength and set up the formation to break out. The metal plates glowed and connected the auras of Lu Ming and the others. A giant figure, however, was not solid and was somewhat blurry. The huge figure was covered in pitch-black armor and held a halberd in his hand. He looked like an ancient war god. While the Primordial Light Tribe, the Primordial Light, the Primordial Light, the Primordial Spirit. Sword Chi whistled and the void trembled. The terrifying sword light slashed down on Lu Ming and the others as if it was going to cut everything in half. There was no doubt that the 9-man formation was extremely powerful. One could imagine how powerful this attack was if it could fight against 3 of the strongest Lord of Heaven alone. Even the strongest Lord of Heaven would be severely injured. Buzz! The figure formed by Lu Ming and the others moved. The halberd slashed out horizontally and slashed at the incoming sword light. Boom! The halberd and the giant sword collided and exploded with an earth-shattering boom. Violent force swept out in all directions. Then, the giant sword trembled and was sent flying back. Lu Ming and the others had gained the upper hand in this attack. This made Lu Ming and the others happy. Even without the perfect formation, the power was still shocking. It was far more powerful than the strongest Lord of Heaven. One attack had sent the 9-man formation flying. If it was perfect, the power would definitely be even stronger. Charge! Let's charge out in one go! Lu Ming shouted. They controlled the formation and rushed forward. Now, they only had one path, which was to continue forward and break out of the encirclement. Retreating was impossible. If they retreated, they would be surrounded by the other Primordial Light Tribe members. The giant figure stepped on the void and rushed forward like a ray of light. It raised its halberd and slashed down. This time, they were facing 2 formations with 7 people attacking in unison. Stop them! There was a loud roar from the 2 array formations. The 2 huge figures that they condensed brandished their combat swords, wanting to block Lu Ming and the rest. However, after 2 consecutive booms, the 2 7-man formations retreated at the same time. One of the figures formed by the formation trembled uncontrollably and was on the verge of collapsing. Kill! How could Lu Ming and the rest miss such an opportunity? Taking advantage of the fact that the others had yet to arrive, they continued to attack. They pressed forward courageously and slashed with all their might at the combined attack that was about to collapse. Bang! This time, the 7-man formation was directly destroyed. The formation collapsed, and the 7 figures retreated. 2 of them had only retreated for a short while before their bodies exploded. Even the armor they were wearing, which was the carrier of the formation, exploded. This set of formations was equivalent to being destroyed. However, Lu Ming and the others also suffered a few heavy blows from 9th Young Master and the others. Their formation was almost destroyed. I can't hold on any longer. My power is almost exhausted. Dandan roared. I don't have much power left either. Me too. Bubbles and Ling Yue also spoke up, their faces pale. Setting up a joint attack formation consumed an enormous amount of energy. In particular, their combined attack formation seemed to consume an even more terrifying amount of energy. Dandan was only at the 6th level of the Divine Master Realm, while Ling Yue and Bubbles were at the 7th level of the Divine Master Realm. Their power was limited, and they were about to reach their limit. Hold on. This is the last move. Break their encirclement. Lu Ming roared. They ignored the attacks of the others and charged forward with all their might, striking with their halberds again. At the same time, the other people's attacks also landed on them. Boom! 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 The figures formed by the formation trembled violently and were about to collapse. Each of them unleashed their potential to the extreme, concentrating all their energy to maintain the formation. Boom! Finally, they struck with their last move, slashing at the inescapable net that the primordial light tribe had set up with light beams. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of strands of light beam hair were severed. The encirclement that the primordial light tribe had set up was forcibly cleaved open. More than 10 primordial light tribe members did not even have the chance to scream before their bodies were torn apart by the terrifying energy and turned into ashes. Let's go. Lu Ming and the others seized the opportunity and charged through the gap, breaking out of the encirclement of the primordial light tribe. As soon as they broke out of the encirclement, the figures formed by them trembled and collapsed completely. Dandan, Ling Yue, and Bubbles couldn't hold on any longer. All their energy was drained, and they couldn't even stabilize themselves. They fell to the ground and were held back by Lu Ming and the others. They didn't stop at all. Lu Ming, Bone Demon, and the others led Dandan, Ling Yue, Bubbles, Tang Jun, and Wanshan forward. Chapter 48-48. Tang Jun's cultivation was only at the 7th level of the Divine Master Realm. Like Dandan and the others, his power was almost completely drained. Wanshan's cultivation was at the 8th level of the Divine Master Realm. His situation was much better, but he had also consumed a lot of power. Lu Ming's taboo power was extremely strong. Although he had consumed a lot of power, it wasn't a big problem. Lu Ming, Guemo, Xian Yanxing, Autumn Moon, and Qiuqiu led Dandan and the others forward at full speed while Dandan and the others used the time to recover. Chase! Don't let them escape. Ninth young master roared furiously, his expression ugly. He had thought that this time, they would definitely succeed. He hadn't expected Lu Ming and the others to escape. To be honest, he hadn't been sure that Lu Ming and the others would take this route. He had thought that Lu Ming and the others would take the real and fake routes. He had brought people to guard this place just in case. Therefore, he hadn't brought the 2 Guanxian royal envoys with him. The 2 Guanxian royal envoys had their own missions. One was guarding the direction where Dandan had set up the array, while the other was keeping an eye on the heavenly human race and the quasi-saint race. They also had to guard against the heavenly human race and the quasi-saint race taking the opportunity to cause trouble. However, he had thought that the forces he had brought would be enough to suppress Lu Ming and the others. After all, there were 3 joint attack arrays and 4 people who were as strong as the Lord of Heaven. However, he had never expected that Lu Ming and the others would have a joint attack array. In a moment of carelessness, Lu Ming and the others had broken out of the encirclement. He was furious, and his killing intent was extremely strong. Bringing the people of the primordial light race? He quickly chased after Lu Ming and sent a voice transmission to the primordial light race in other directions, asking them to gather as soon as possible. As for the heavenly human race and the quasi-saint race? They only needed to leave some people behind to guard them. 2 sides. One in front and one behind. They flew rapidly, leaving the mountains and rivers behind them. Fortunately, the extreme Een corpses in this area? They had all gathered around the ancient city before. They had more or less cleaned them up, so they hadn't encountered a large group of extreme Een corpses along the way. Otherwise, it would be another problem. Lu Ming and the others flew deep into the purple heaven grotto heaven. About 10 minutes later, Dandan, Bubble, Ling Yue, Tang Jun, Wanshan's group, and the others they had recovered their strength. After recovering some of its strength, Bubbles made a move and shrouded Lu Ming and the rest with the power of time and space. Instantly, Lu's groups's origin. Quickly leaving the primordial light race behind. Damn it, 9th young masters roared. Dang, of course. He's group of the chased after them. Not long after, there was a stream of light coming from behind at an astonishing speed. Soon, he caught up to 9th young master and the others. He use, of Dao of Dao of soul Dao. Hiss of them of his confidence T. It was one of the two Light King envoys. His name was Yuanyu. Yuanyu, you came at the right time. Go ahead and chase after them. Lu Ming and his group are just ahead. Bring me their heads. Ninth young master shouted. Ninth young master, don't worry. I'll bring their heads to you soon. Yuanyu sped up, turning into a stream of light and flying forward. Soon, he disappeared from ninth young master's sight. Lu Ming and the others flew deep into the purple heaven grotto heaven with the help of Bubbles' time and space power. Dandan and the others continued to recover, stuffing divine pills into their mouths as if they were free. Some divine pills were used to recover strength. The recovery speed was very fast. Soon, Dandan, Wanshen, and the others' strength had recovered to their peak. Do you feel that our control over the joint attack formation has improved again? Dandan asked. Yes, I feel that way. Lu Ming nodded. The others nodded as well. Earlier, they had used all their strength to control the combined attack formation against Ninth Young Master and the others. They had taken several hits from the other party. At that time, their essence, chi, and soul had reached their peak. At the last moment, they had made a significant breakthrough in the combined attack formation. Let's find a place to test it and see how far we are from perfect, Dandan smiled. There's no need to find a place. We'll know soon. Lu Ming's expression suddenly turned serious as he looked behind him. Then, Xian Yanqing, Chiu Moon, and the others' expressions changed as they also looked behind them. Behind them, a stream of light was rapidly approaching. Its speed was much faster than theirs. It's Light King envoy Guanxian of the Yuan light race. Chiu Moon exclaimed. I'm here to take your heads. Die obediently so that you don't have to suffer needless pain. The one chasing them was naturally Light King envoy Yuanyu. Yuanyu's cold voice sounded. Freeze. Bubbles shouted as she tried to use her spacetime power to interfere with Yuanyu. Bubbles, don't waste your energy. We have to set up a combined attack formation to deal with this person. Lu Ming pulled Bubbles down. The combat strength of a Guanxian emissary was too strong. Even though they had the combat strength of 5 heaven monarchs, they could not withstand a single blow from a Guanxian emissary. They would be defeated and killed one by one. Only by setting up a combined attack formation could they resist. Lu Ming and the group were no longer flying. They simply stopped and began to activate the array carrier. The members of the Primordial Light Tribe were known for their speed. Every member of the Primordial Light Tribe was extremely fast, let alone the Guanxian emissary, who was even faster. Even if they continued to fly, they wouldn't be able to outrun the Guanxian emissary. Do you know that you can't escape? Still, you want to resist? You're overestimating yourselves. Die. Yuanyu's cold voice sounded. Thousands of light beams turned into thousands of sharp swords and stabbed toward Lu Ming and the others. Thousands of sharp swords were extremely powerful. Each of them could kill an ordinary peak divine lord. The power of thousands of swords was unimaginable. If an ordinary peak divine lord didn't have a combined attack formation, it would be useless no matter how many of them there were. To be honest, the battle prowess of the Guanxian emissary had already surpassed the limits of the godly lord realm. He could already contend with the average origin realm. Even if he wasn't as strong as an origin, he wouldn't be too far off. Lu Ming and the others didn't dare to be careless. They immediately set up a combined attack formation. A huge figure appeared once again. To Lu Ming and the others' delight, the figure that appeared this time was much more solid than the previous one. It also looked a lot clearer and wasn't as illusory as before. They had guessed correctly. In the previous battle, their control of the combined attack formation had improved. Buzz! The huge figure waved his halberd and set up a large light screen in front of him. Boom! Boom! Beams of light slammed into the light screen, causing an earth-shattering explosion. The huge figure formed by the combined attack formation trembled violently and kept retreating. It was under great pressure. Chapter 48-49. So strong. Is this the battle prowess of the Guanxin emissary? It's too strong. Dandan shouted with an ugly expression. They had set up a joint attack formation, but they still felt a huge pressure when they resisted. The key was that his strength was rapidly depleting. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long and would be exhausted. It wasn't just him. Bubbles, Ling Yue, and Tang Jun were all the same. Their faces were pale, and the strength in their bodies was rapidly depleting. Hold on, sublimate the formation to perfection. This is our only way out. Lu Ming shouted, and the taboo power continuously poured into the formation. At this moment, everyone forced out their potential and raised their essence, energy, and spirit to the extreme. That's right, there were only two ways to perfect the joint attack formation as soon as possible. The first was to spend a long time polishing it. With enough time, the joint attack formation would naturally reach a perfect stage. Most joint attack formations were run in like this. Another was to borrow external force, borrow the strong external pressure, sublimate the formation under the pressure, and perfect it. The second method could be said to be very difficult. Unless the person who set up the formation had amazing talent, they could break through at the critical moment. Coincidentally, Lu Ming and the others were all peerless geniuses. It was impossible for others, but for them, it was possible. Under everyone's full strength, the figure condensed by the joint attack formation actually became a little clearer. It's useless to resist stubbornly. Kill. Yuan Yu shouted coldly. His entire body glowed as if his body had turned into a ray of light. Then, his light-like body rushed out. It actually turned into a battle sword. It slashed towards Lu Ming and the others. Although it was only one sword. But its power was even more terrifying than the hundreds and thousands of sword lights from before. Lu Ming and the others controlled the formation, and the huge figure brandished the halberd and slashed out. The attack of the two. They collided and exploded with a loud bang. The huge figure's body trembled non-stop. Every time it trembled, its body would become a little illusory. It was as if it would collapse at any moment. Finally can't take it anymore? Then? Next move? Break the formation. Yuan Yu said coldly. His light-like body once again transformed into a battle sword and continued to slash at Lu Ming and the others. He wanted to use this move to break Lu Ming and the others' joint attack formation. As long as the joint attack formation was broken, Lu Ming and the others would be at his mercy. But just as the sword light was about to hit the huge figure, the originally blurred gigantic figure, why did it suddenly condense so fast? It was as if they had become corporeal. A huge figure, wearing black armor with barbs on it and holding a halberd. He looked like a warrior from ancient times. There was no feeling of illusory at all. It was no different from a real body. Perfect. At this moment, Lu Ming and the others' joint attack formation had finally reached a perfect state. There was no obstruction when everyone worked together. Kill. Kill. Lu Ming, Dandan, Myriad God, and the others shouted at the same time as they activated the joint attack array. Whoosh. The enormous figure took to the air. Its black battle armor shone. It held the halberd with both hands and hacked outwards. The halberd once again collided with the sword formed from Yuan Jade. Boom. Thousands of shockwaves swept out in all directions. This time, the black-armored warrior formed from the joint attack formation did not move at all. Instead, it was Yuan Jade's battle sword that trembled violently. About 5 breaths later, Yuan Jade's battle sword exploded with a loud bang. The black-armored warrior did not stop as he continued to hack downwards with his halberd. Yuan Jade was alarmed as he frantically retreated. His speed was astonishingly fast. He retreated like a wisp of light and appeared tens of thousands of miles away in an instant. However, he was still a step too late. A huge wound appeared on his body, nearly cleaving him in half. His face was pale and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His expression was extremely ugly. He had actually been injured. A mere joint attack formation of 10 could actually injure him. This made his killing intent extremely intense. What a powerful attack. This array formation is impressive. Dandan shouted in excitement. Lu Ming, Xianyinqing, and the others were also excited. After the joint attack formation reached perfection, its power exceeded their expectations. It could actually injure a Guanxin emissary in a head-on collision. This proved that the joint attack formation's combat power exceeded that of a Guanxin emissary. They had previously seen the joint attack formation of 9 people from the primordial light tribe. It was not that powerful. It was only comparable to the combat power of a few Lord of Heaven. There was still a large gap between it and the level of a Guanxin emissary. The joint attack formation of 10 people only had one more person than the joint attack formation of 9 people. However, its combat power seemed to be much stronger. It was able to suppress the Guanxin emissary. One had to know that they did not have the upper hand when it came to setting up the formation. Lu Ming, Xianyinqing, Autumn Moon, Bone Demon, and Qiuqiu all had the combat power of a Lord of Heaven. However, their combat power was often not reflected when they were setting up the formation. For example, secret techniques and ultimate moves that could increase one's combat power could not be used when they were setting up the formation. Setting up the formation was often related to the power one controlled and the cultivation level of the formation. Although the power they controlled was very strong, their cultivation levels were too uneven. There were peak Almighty Masters, 9th level Almighty Masters, 8th level Almighty Masters, 7th level Almighty Masters, and 6th level Almighty Masters. If the gap was too big, it would be very disadvantageous for setting up a joint attack formation. In order to set up a joint attack formation, it was best for everyone's cultivation level to be similar. At the very least, the difference could not be too great. The people who had set up the formation from the Primordial Light tribe and the Quasi-Saint tribe had all been of the same cultivation level. At the very least, 9th level Almighty Masters and peak Almighty Masters should be working together. Only when the difference was not too great could the joint attack formation's power be maximized. However, the joint attack formation set up by Lu Ming and the others was still so powerful. This could only mean that this formation was not to be underestimated. There were thousands of joint attack formations and there were many types. Not all formations with the same number of people would have the same level of power. For example, a joint attack formation with 9 people would have different power if the formation was different. Obviously, the joint attack formation they had obtained was not to be underestimated. Give him one more move and we will retreat. Dandan, can you guys still hold on? Lu Ming transmitted his voice to everyone. One move is still possible. I can. Dandan, Ling Yue, and the others nodded. Without saying anything else, they quickly controlled the formation. The black-armored warrior took a step forward and crossed tens of thousands of miles. The black halberd became 100,000 feet long and slashed at Yuan Yu. The void crumbled under the halberd and turned into nothingness. Sky-breaking primordial light art, brilliance illuminates the 9 provinces. Yuan Yu shouted. His long hair fluttered in the wind and emitted a dazzling light that merged with his body. In an instant, countless rays of light flew out. Each of these rays of light was a ray of sword chi with boundless power. They bombarded the black warrior's body. However, the black warrior was like an invincible god of war. The sword chi bombarded his black armor and made clanging sounds. Chapter 4850. The black-armored warrior was like a god of war. He swung his halberd with irresistible force, shattering the countless rays of light before landing on Yuan Yu's body. Yuan Yu retreated again. This time, he was even more injured than before. His aura was slightly weakened. Let's go. Lu Ming and the others did not stay any longer. They turned around and left, disappearing into the horizon as a ray of light. It was not that they did not want to continue attacking, but that they were powerless. Dandan, Bubbles, and the others were about to run out of divine power. In fact, even if they still had energy left, it was almost impossible to kill a Guanxin royal envoy. Although their combined attack was stronger than a Guanxin royal envoy, it was not ridiculously strong. They could defeat him, but it was impossible to kill him. If he wanted to leave, they would not be able to stop him. As expected, if they continued to waste time, they would not be able to leave when the other members of the Yuanguang race arrived. What Lu Ming and the others feared the most was the combined attack of the 21 members of the Yuanguang race. The combined attack of 21 experts was extremely terrifying. It was definitely stronger than their combined attack. Once they encountered it, they would only be defeated. After flying for a while, they dispersed the combined attack. Just like before, Lu Ming and the others flew forward with Dandan, Bubbles, and the others so that Dandan, Bubbles, and the others could use the time to recover. Damn it! Yuan Yu growled. His face was twisted. He had boasted in front of Jiao Gongzi that he would bring back the heads of Lu Ming and the others. Now, not only had he failed, but he had also been injured. If this spread, he would become a laughing stock. Don't even think about escaping from me. Yuan Yu said coldly. He took out a few healing pills and swallowed them. With a sway of his figure, he chased after Lu Ming and the rest. However, he was still injured in the end. His speed was greatly affected. For a while, he could not catch up to Lu Ming and the others. The main reason was that he did not dare to use his full strength. At his level, he was very close to the origin realm. He could break through at any time. Especially at this time. The more cautious he was, the less he would be left with any hidden injuries that would affect his future breakthrough. So when he was injured, he did not dare to use his full strength. He was afraid of leaving any hidden injuries. After flying for a while, Bubbles had recovered a little. Using the power of spacetime to help Lu Ming and the others increase their speed. That guy? He's been following us. Dandan said. His face darkened. The guy he was talking about was naturally referring to Yuan Yu. Dandan had set up a surveillance array along the way, so he could naturally see that Yuan Yu was not far behind them. The reason why he didn't chase after them was because his injuries hadn't fully recovered yet. Secondly, they were also wary of Lu Ming's joint attack formation. After all, some time had passed. Was he also worried that Lu Ming and the others had recovered their strength? He would be able to continue setting up the joint attack formation. Therefore, he followed them from a distance. Clearly, he was waiting for the other members of the primordial light race to join them. I have to shake him off, or else. Sooner or later, the primordial light clan will catch up to us. Lu Ming said. It's very difficult. A Guanxian emissary, and his speed is too fast. It's very hard to shake him off. Tang Jun sighed softly. The others also had ugly expressions on their faces. Indeed, if a Guanxian Wang ambassador, who was known for his speed, followed them wholeheartedly, it would be very difficult to shake him off. Roar roar, suddenly, a roar came from the front. It was the Extreme Een corpse. A large number of Extreme Een corpses were rushing towards them. There were at least a few hundred of them. The few leading corpses had an oppressive aura. They were definitely very powerful. Lu Ming and the others could only change their direction. They didn't want to be entangled with the Extreme Een corpses. Although they had blue firestones and weren't afraid of the Extreme Een corpses, once they were entangled with the Extreme Een corpses, they would waste time and it would only allow the primordial light race to catch up. However, this area was already far away from the ancient city. There were more and more Extreme Een corpses. Next, they would frequently encounter Extreme Een corpses. Sometimes, they couldn't avoid them and would inevitably be entangled with the Extreme Een corpses. As a result, their speed became slower and slower. Let's see where you can run to. Not far away, Yuan Yu's figure was faintly discernible. He had a cold smile on his face. His injuries had almost fully recovered, but he wasn't in a hurry to attack. After all, he was still wary of Lu Ming's joint attack formation. He just had to keep an eye on Lu Ming and the others. When the 9th young lord arrived with his men, it would be the time of Lu Ming and the others' deaths. Although it was embarrassing that he couldn't kill Lu Ming and the others, there was nothing he could do about it. According to the news he had received, the 9th young lord and the others would arrive soon. Whoosh! Lu Ming and the others scattered blue firestone powder and forced a portion of the extreme Een corpses to retreat. Then, they gathered together and charged forward. Finally, they broke through the extreme Een corpses' obstruction and continued flying. However, the extreme Een corpses roared like thunder from all directions and chased after them. This is bad. The primordial light race's experts will be here soon. Danden's face turned ugly. According to the surveillance formation he had set up along the way, he could see that the 9th young lord and a group of primordial light race's experts were not far away. Behind Lu Ming and the others, the 9th young lord led a group of experts and flew forward quickly. The primordial light race's people had some unknown method that allowed them to avoid the detection of the extreme Een corpses. Their speed was almost unaffected. Lu Ming, you actually came here. Then, I'll let you accompany the extreme Een corpses. The 9th young lord sneered. Lu Ming and the others continued flying. During this time, they went around 2 more groups of extreme Een corpses. There's a mountain range in front. Bubbles had sharp eyes and was the first to shout. There was a huge mountain range in front of them. It rose and fell continuously. From afar, it looked like a huge dragon. They could vaguely see buildings on top of the mountain range. It was a chi meridian. Moreover, it was much bigger than the one they had obtained from the combined attack formation. I can sense that there's a very strong array formation fluctuation in that mountain range. Danden quickly said. Let's go to that mountain range. Danden, we're counting on you this time. Lu Ming said. After flying in, the mountain range became clearer. Looking at it from a close distance, the mountain range looked even more majestic. The mountain range had many peaks that reached into the sky. It was very majestic. Many of the peaks had buildings like palaces and palaces. It's definitely a chi meridian. It's a huge one, Gumo's voice sounded. Everyone knew that this chi meridian was not to be underestimated. Otherwise, the people of the last era would not have built so many buildings on it. In the last era, there should have been a large number of experts cultivating on it. There were a few cracks on the ground around the mountain range. There were continuous rumbling sounds coming from within. However, it had not affected the chi meridian yet. It would probably take some time for it to affect the chi meridian. Soon, they approached the mountain peak. However, they stopped. This was because the mountain peak was surrounded by arrays. Killing arrays. They're all killing arrays. After such a long time, these killing arrays are still very terrifying, Danden observed carefully. His face was solemn. Danden, can you bring us in? Lu Ming asked. There were many killing arrays here. It might not be a bad thing. If they could enter safely, they could use these killing arrays to resist the primordial light race. Chapter 48-51. No. The killing array here is too strong and mysterious. I have never seen it before. I can't break it. Let's change our position. Danden said. After saying that, they quickly changed their position. However, Danden still couldn't see through the array in this direction. They had no choice but to change their position. Roar roar, behind them, the extreme Een corpses roared like thunder. Many extreme Een corpses pounced towards Lu Ming and the others. However, Lu Ming and the others took out a large piece of blue firestone. The blue firestone gave off a blue glow and the extreme Een corpses didn't dare to get close. They could only surround them and roar continuously. Pft, pft, pft. Suddenly, more than 10 extreme Een corpses stepped into the range of the array. The array lit up and a few rays of purple light flashed. The extreme Een corpses turned into dust and scattered with the wind. What terrifying power! Lu Ming and the others felt a chill in their hearts. The power of the array was beyond their imagination. They knew the defensive power of the extreme Een corpses. Among the extreme Een corpses, there was a peak divine master. However, it was turned into dust by the array without any resistance. If they had entered the array, they wouldn't have had a good ending. No wonder Danden was so cautious. Yuan Yu's figure appeared in the distance and watched from afar. A huge chi meridian. However, it is covered by a terrifying killing array. These people are courting death by trying to enter it. Fine, I will guard here and cut off their escape route. Yuan Yu sneered. He stood in the air and waited quietly. As long as he blocked the path and cut off Lu Ming and the others' escape route, it would be the death of Lu Ming and the others when the ninth young lord and the others arrived. Then, Lu Ming and the others changed their positions. Dandan, can you do it or not? If you can't, we have to change our path. We won't be able to leave once the primordial light tribe arrives. Wanshan urged. Don't rush. I have some idea about this direction. Dandan opened his eyes wide and stared ahead. The runes on the tortoise shell kept flashing. At this moment, they were at the bottom of one of the mountain peaks. It could be seen that this mountain was relatively large among all the mountains in the entire mountain range. There were only a few mountains that were taller than this one. There were many buildings on this mountain peak. A moment later, swish, 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 rays of light rapidly approached the place from the distance. As the light receded, many figures were revealed. They were all Yuanguang clan elites, and the leader was naturally the ninth young master. There were about 10 of them, and all of them were top-notch experts. It was clear that this was only a portion of them, because they were stronger and faster, arriving a step earlier. Roar, roar, roar. The appearance of so many people from the primordial light tribe naturally couldn't hide from the extreme Een corpses. Instantly, a large number of extreme Een corpses roared and charged towards the ninth young master and the others. You're courting death. Let's destroy these absolute Een corpses first. Ninth young master shouted coldly. Dozens of top elites from the primordial light clan attacked. Tens of thousands of strands of light shot out. Their strands of light vibrated at a strange frequency. They easily broke through the extreme Een corpse's defense and tore it apart. Not long after, a few hundred extreme Een corpses were killed by the primordial light tribe. Not good. The primordial light tribe is here. They are not afraid of the extreme Een corpses. We must quickly enter the mountain or leave, Tang Jun said solemnly. Let's go. Follow me closely. At this moment, Dandan spoke. He then stepped forward and headed towards the mountain peak. Lu Ming and the others followed closely behind Dandan. The killing formation in this area was extremely terrifying, and no one dared to be distracted. Soon, they had advanced more than 100 meters. They can actually see through the formation and walk in. Yuan Yu's expression changed. Yuan Yu, what's going on? The ninth young master asked coldly. Ninth young master, this mountain peak is surrounded by a terrifying killing formation. It's extremely powerful. Yuan Yu explained. Let's rush over. Don't let them enter the mountain range. The ninth young master was very decisive. He led the primordial light tribe and broke through the encirclement of the extreme Een corpses. They rushed towards the mountain peak. Kill. Before they reached the mountain peak, the ninth young master shouted and launched an attack. Rays of light grew rapidly and pierced towards Lu Ming and the others. However, Lu Ming and the others had already entered the range of the formation. Hence, when the rays of light from the primordial light tribe got close to the formation was activated. Purple light spread out and swept across, cutting off all the rays of light. A ray of purple light even flew out and killed 2 of the primordial light tribe members. This shocked the primordial light tribe members. They quickly stopped and did not dare to attack again. Lu Ming and the others heaved a sigh of relief. At least, the primordial light tribe members could not attack them anymore. At this moment, more rays of light flew over from afar. They were still the primordial light tribe members. This time, there were a few hundred of them. It was obvious that the weaker primordial light tribe members had arrived. There were more than 500 of them. They worked together and cleared out the surrounding extreme Een corpses. Then, they formed a fan shape and blocked off Lu Ming and the others' escape route. They surrounded the mountain peak. Lu Ming and the others had no way out. They could only move forward. Follow me. After observing for a while, Dandan spoke again and stepped forward. There was no pattern to the direction he was moving. Sometimes he would go left, sometimes he would go right, sometimes he would go back, and sometimes he would go forward. Soon, they moved forward another 100 meters. Suddenly, runes spread out from a certain mountain and condensed into a ray of purple light that slashed towards Lu Ming and the others. Not good, the formation has been activated. Get out of the way. Lu Ming and the others were shocked. Lu Ming even roared. The first to bear the brunt of the purple light was Ling Yuwei. Lu Ming's heart sank. With Ling Yuwei's cultivation, there would only be one outcome if she was hit. At the critical moment, a figure appeared in front of Ling Yuwei. It was the Bone Demon. The Bone Demon was the closest to Ling Yuwei and helped her in time. Clang! The purple light slashed the Bone Demon's body. The Bone Demon's body shook violently and retreated. One could see that a shallow mark had appeared on the Bone Demon's body. After the Bone Demon had refined a set of demon bones in the immeasurable devil abyss, its defensive power had reached an unimaginable level. In any case, whether it was the strongest Lord of Heaven or the previous King of Light, it would be difficult for them to leave the slightest mark on the Bone Demon's body. However, this purple light had left a shallow mark on the Bone Demon's bones. This power was absolutely terrifying. Other than the Bone Demon, no one present would be able to defend against it. Even Xiao Qiu wouldn't be able to. Fortunately, the purple light was also blocked. However, although the purple light was blocked, the Bone Demon's body continued to retreat, triggering even more formations. Runes continued to spread out from the surrounding mountainous area. Even if the heavens want me to die, Dandan shouted. Enter the Great Desolate Ring. Lu Ming roared and controlled the Great Desolate Ring. A suction force appeared and sucked everyone into the Great Desolate Ring. Chapter 48-52. When Lu Ming put the others into the Ancient Desolation Ring, he also entered the Ancient Desolation Ring. There was only one Chaos Ring floating in the air. When they entered the Ancient Desolation Ring, there were at least a dozen purple lights slashing toward them and onto the Ancient Desolation Ring. Dang dang dang, the Great Desolate Ring was sent flying everywhere by the purple light, triggering even more formations. Terrifying rays of light constantly shot out and slashed the Great Desolate Ring. Fortunately, the Chaos Ring was made of amazing materials. After being hit by the formations, it was still intact. Not a single mark was left. What kind of ring is this? It's perfectly fine. Outside the mountain, the people of the primordial light race were also surprised. At this moment, Lu Ming and the rest in the primitive ring heaved a sigh of relief. Dandan, can you do it or not? Why did we trigger the formations when we followed you? Bubbles stared at Dandan unhappily. Dandan's face turned slightly red. He quibbled, what do you know? This formation is very advanced. It's a powerful formation from the last era. I've never seen it before. It's mysterious and unpredictable. It's already very good that I can bring you here for such a long distance. Let me tell you. Other than me, not many people in the universe can do it. Humph, bragging. Bubbles obviously didn't believe him. Dandan was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Dandan, can you bring us out of the formation's range? It's not good to let the Chaos Ring keep being attacked by the formation. Lu Ming said. Although the Chaos Ring temporarily blocked the formation's attacks, Lu Ming didn't know the limit of the Chaos Ring. If it reached its limit after a long time, it would be troublesome. They had to leave as soon as possible. Lu Ming, let me extend my spiritual consciousness out and observe the formation's movement. Then, follow my instructions and move the Chaos Ring. Dandan said. Lu Ming nodded and started to do as Dandan said. He and Dandan extended their spiritual consciousness out of the Chaos Ring at the same time. Dandan started to observe the formation's movement. A moment later, Lu Ming, move the Great Desolate Ring half a meter to the right, Dandan transmitted. Whoosh! Lu Ming was always prepared. Hearing this, he immediately controlled the Great Desolate Ring to move half a meter to the right. With this movement, he dodged all of the attacks. The surrounding formations seemed to have lost their senses and fell silent. In the next moment, all of the raging formations were extinguished, and the mountain returned to tranquility. Dandan, you have some skills. Continue. Lu Ming said with a smile. Of course. Don't you know who I am? How could a mere formation stump me? Dandan's complacent voice rang out. It was as if he had forgotten that it was his mistake that led to their current situation. After that, Dandan continued to observe the formation. Next, under Dandan's guidance, the great desolate ring kept moving towards the mountain peak. It was getting closer and closer to the buildings on the mountain peak. According to Dandan's observation, the formation only covered the area at the foot of the mountain. As long as they crossed this area and entered the area where the buildings were, there would be no more formation. Seeing the great desolate ring keep moving, ninth young master's face turned ugly. Yuan Zhugong, take your men and see how to break this formation. Ninth young master looked at an old man from the Yuan Guang clan. This old man from the Yuan Guang clan was called Yuan Zhugong. He was a formation master of the Yuan Guang clan. Yes, ninth young master. Yuan Zhugong nodded. He came to the front of the formation and observed it carefully. However, the more he observed, the deeper his frown became. Half an hour later, Yuan Zhugong, what do you think? Can you break this formation? Ninth young master asked impatiently. This was because the great desolate ring was getting closer and closer to the buildings on the mountain peak. It wouldn't be long before they left the area covered by the formation. Ninth young master was getting anxious. This mountain range was obviously a huge chi meridian. The experts of the previous era had built palaces here. There might be precious treasures in these palaces. It would be a pity if Lu Ming and the others ruined them. Therefore, he couldn't wait to break the formation and ascend the mountain peak. However, Yuan Zhugong frowned and said awkwardly, Ninth young master, this formation is a powerful formation left behind by the Purple Cloud Palace of the previous era. It is too profound and beyond the scope of my knowledge. I have been looking at it for half an hour and have no clue. No clue? Then how can others see through it? Ninth young master scolded coldly. This, Yuan Zhugong was tongue-tied and couldn't answer. He was also very surprised. He couldn't understand how an almighty could see through the formation here. Anyway, he couldn't see through it at all with his understanding of the Tao of array formations. Ninth young master, I speculate that there is most likely a peerless genius in the Tao of array formations. In the entire universe, I'm afraid there aren't many almighty array masters who can see through the formation here. Yuan Zhugong said. If you can't, don't think that others can't, ninth young master said unhappily. He was very unhappy. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have a stronger array master under him, he would have kicked Yuan Zhugong to the side. Just as the two were discussing, Lu Ming controlled the great desolate ring and finally passed through the area covered by the formation. The great desolate ring flashed and Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, Dandan, and the others appeared. We're finally safe. Dandan is finally reliable for once. Bubbles muttered. Little girl, what are you talking about? What do you mean by being reliable for once? I have always been reliable, Dandan shouted. Let's go and take a look at these palaces. Lu Ming said. They turned around and walked towards the palaces. Seeing Lu Ming and the others disappear into the palaces, ninth young master was even more unhappy. Yuan Zhugong, can these formations be broken? Ninth young master could. It's almost impossible to break them with almighty realm cultivation, but it's not completely impossible. Yuan Zhugong said. What method? Ninth young master could. Right now, in the process of Purple Heaven Wonderland's collapse, a few huge cracks have already appeared around this chi meridian. They are continuously extending towards the chi meridian. Once they extend into the chi meridian will collapse, and those runes will definitely be torn apart. At that time, we won't need to do anything and can easily pass through the formations. Yuan Zhugong said. Nonsense, you don't have to say that. Looking at the situation, it will take at least a year for the formations to collapse on their own. Ninth young master said coldly with an ugly expression. Could it be that he had to wait here for a year? But what could he do if he didn't wait? Even if it wasn't to kill Lu Ming and the others, he had to wait. Such a huge chi vein definitely had precious treasures. Not to mention other things, the amount of great desolate crystals it contained was definitely huge and would be of great use to them. Chapter 48-53. In the end, ninth young master decided to surround this place and wait for the chi vein to collapse on its own. Then, he would destroy the formation and kill Lu Ming and the others. Ninth young master, what about the quasi-immortal tribe and celestial tribe in that ancient city? I'm afraid it'll be difficult for our people to break the formation of that ancient city. A sovereign realm war envoy asked. More than half of their experts were here. There weren't many people left in the ancient city. It would be extremely difficult to break the formation of that ancient city. Those celestial tribe and quasi-immortal tribe won't be able to cause any trouble. We can kill them at any time. But we must get that ancient city. The blue rock that built the ancient city's walls can restrain the extreme Een corpse. Although we're not afraid of the extreme Een corpse, it'll take a lot of energy to deal with it. With the blue rock, we can save a lot of energy. Ninth young master said. It's actually very simple to take down that ancient city. The celestial tribe and quasi-immortal tribe must be scared out of their wits. They don't dare to stay for long. They're afraid that once we kill Lu Ming and the others and return to that ancient city, it'll be their time of death. I'm guessing they want to leave the ancient city and break out of the encirclement. Sovereign Realm War Envoy Yuan Yu said. Yuan Yu is right. So, it's very simple to take down that ancient city. As long as we surround it in one direction and release it in the other three directions, the celestial tribe and quasi-immortal tribe will definitely escape from the other three directions. They won't stay in that ancient city and wait for us to return. Ninth young master said. Then, he asked someone to send a message back and act according to the plan. Sure enough, half a day later, news came back from the ancient city. According to the plan, the celestial tribe and quasi-immortal tribe indeed broke out from the other three directions. The Origin Light tribe easily took over that ancient city. Tell them to mine the blue rock as soon as possible. Gather here after they're done. Also, send a message to Eighth Brother. Tell him to gather here so that the malevolent Een race and Blue Sea race won't come and fight for this chi vein. Ninth young master gave a few more orders. Lu Ming and the others walked towards the building on the mountain peak. The building here occupied a huge area and formed a huge palace. Unfortunately, Lu Ming and the others didn't find anything after passing through several palaces. He didn't obtain any useful precious treasures. As for divine medicines, he naturally didn't, because the air was filled with a gloomy and cold aura from beginning to end. Lu Ming headed deeper into the building. The palaces here were not simple at all. There were layers upon layers of them, as if they were surrounding something precious. Soon, they arrived at the center of the hall. There was a huge courtyard surrounded by a tall wall. There was a huge door on the wall, and in front of the door, there was a huge stone tablet. The stone tablet was ancient and filled with the aura of time. Wang. When Lu Ming and the others approached the stone tablet suddenly trembled slightly, and light emerged from it. Be careful. Lu Ming and the others were shocked and quickly retreated. However, there was no danger. The stone tablet only emitted light, and the light became brighter and brighter. In the end, the light rushed into the sky and formed an image in the sky. Within the image, there were countless figures standing there. One could tell that they were all humans, and every single one of them gave off a horrifying aura. Although it was just through the image, Lu Ming and the others could still feel a huge pressure. This pressure came from the depths of their hearts, as if they were facing an enemy that they couldn't fight against. Experts. The figures in the image were all extremely terrifying experts. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and the others were shocked. There were too many of them, and they filled the entire image. And the place where these experts were standing was the mountain range that they were in now. Suddenly, these figures rushed into the sky and launched terrifying attacks. Countless attacks rushed into the sky at the same time, turning the void into chaos as if they were attacking some terrifying existence at the same time. At this moment, a huge bone claw appeared in the sky. This bone claw was huge, and it covered the sky. It was covered with a thick layer of black gas. This is, Lu Ming and the others opened their eyes wide. This was because the black gas on the bone claw looked very familiar. It was very similar to the black gas that covered the extreme Een corpse. As the gigantic bone palm slammed down, the bodies of those experts who had soared into the sky exploded one after another, turning into ashes. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, and not even their bones were left. It was too tragic. So many powerful experts, who made Lu Ming and the others feel great pressure even through the image, were turned into ashes under the bone claw. Nothing was left behind. It was too terrifying. That bone claw was simply too terrifying. It was far beyond the imagination of Lu Ming and the others. After killing countless experts with one palm, the bone claw continued to slam down, wanting to destroy the entire mountain range. But at this moment, from another direction in the image, a ray of purple gas flew over. The bone claw changed its direction and clashed with the ray of purple gas, and then retracted back into the sky. At this point, the image suddenly disappeared. It turned into a ray of light and flew back into the stone tablet. That stone tablet became simple and unadorned again. But Lu Ming and the others couldn't recover from their shock for a long time. The image just now was most likely something that had happened in the past, and it was recorded by this stone tablet. In the last epoch, a terrifying battle had occurred here. Countless experts had died in battle, and their bodies and souls had been destroyed. Nothing was left behind. What was the origin of that bone claw? It was too terrifying. Even through the image, they could feel that it was a terrifying strength that far surpassed the origin realm. And the black chi on the bone claw was almost the same as the black chi on the extreme Een corpse. It was just countless times denser. Was the extreme Een corpse of the Purple Heaven Grotto related to this bone claw? And the cold aura that always existed in the air, was it related to this bone claw as well? Many questions appeared in the minds of Lu Ming and the others. After a long while, they recovered from their shock. Let's go in and take a look. The core of this hall is inside. Xian Yinqing said. I don't feel any ripples of a formation. There are no formations in this area. Dandan said. I'll go first. Guamo stepped out. His defense was extremely shocking. If there was any danger, he could withstand it. Guamo passed by the stone tablet and walked through the door without any abnormalities. Next, Lu Ming and the others also passed through the door without any danger. Inside the door was a large courtyard. As soon as they entered the courtyard, Lu Ming and the others were shocked. They were attracted by the things in the courtyard. In the center of the courtyard, there were 4 statues. It could be seen that 2 of the statues were of the human race. As for the other 2, one of them was like a divine dragon. Yes, it was extremely similar to a divine dragon. Or rather, it looked almost the same as a divine dragon. There were 9 dragon claws on its abdomen. And the 4th statue looked like a human, but it was much taller and more muscular. Chapter 48-54. The 4 statues looked simple and unadorned. It was impossible to tell what material they were made of. Around the 4 statues, there were a few figures sitting cross-legged. There were around 100 of them. The clothes these figures wore were very different from the clothes they wore today. They looked very ancient and were very similar to the extreme Een corpses. Lu Ming and the others became nervous. They circulated their energy and prepared for a big battle. Who knew if these were extreme Een corpses? As expected, in the next moment, the 100 or so figures moved. They all turned their heads and looked at Lu Ming and the others. In the beginning, these people's eyes were no different from normal humans. But soon, these people's eyes were covered by a boundless darkness, like 2 deep wells. Then, a dense black aura spread out from their bodies. Extreme Een corpses. These figures were also turned into extreme Een corpses. Roar! Roar! In the next moment, the 100 or so extreme Een corpses roared and charged at Lu Ming and the others. Their sharp claws tore through the air, creating a terrifying whistle as they tore through space. Lu Ming, Xianyanqing, Qiu Yu, and the others immediately took out large amounts of blue firestone powder or long needles or shuttles cut from blue firestone and threw them out. The blue firestone powder enveloped all the extreme Een corpses. Then, the blue firestone long needles or shuttles hit the extreme Een corpses. Many of the extreme Een corpses burned with blue flames. The blue flames and black aura clashed, causing these extreme Een corpses to roar and be greatly affected. But there were a few extreme Een corpses that were not affected. They quickly suppressed the blue flames and continued to attack Lu Ming and the others. They are comparable to the Lord of Heaven. Lu Ming and the others were shocked. There were a total of 8 extreme Een corpses that were comparable to the Lord of Heaven. This was extremely terrifying. There were only 100 or so extreme Een corpses and 8 of them were comparable to the Lord of Heaven. The ratio was ridiculously high. These extreme Een corpses were definitely extraordinary existences when they were alive. Lu Ming and the rest were suspicious. Was this Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven? Perhaps even this mountain range possessed Origin Realm extreme Een corpses. However, the Purple Heaven Cave was also within the scope of the Great Tribulation of the Origins? The extreme Een corpses that were comparable to reciprocity experts? They were all in deep slumber. No time to think. Lu Ming and the others attacked with all their might, attacking the absolute Een corpses. Swoosh! Lu Ming brandished the war god's spear and stabbed out more than 10 times in a row. The 2 extreme Een corpses that were comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven were stopped. Bone Devil, Xianyanqing, Autumn Moon, and Qiuqiu. It also stopped the remaining 6 extreme Een corpses that were comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven and the other powerful extreme Een corpses. Their divine weapons? Was there a blue firestone attached to it? Could it easily break through the extreme Een corpse's defense? Against the absolute Een corpse? They had a huge advantage. As for Dandan, Bubbles, Tang Jun, Myriad God, and Ling Yue were in the middle, constantly shooting out blue firestones to support Lu Ming and the others. Pooh! 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 After a while, only 8 extreme Een corpses that were comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven were left. But these extreme Een corpses? They had to constantly resist the blue flames of the blue firestones. They consumed a lot of energy, and the black gas on the 8 extreme Een corpses became thinner and thinner. Their battle strength also became weaker. In the end, they were all defeated by Lu Ming and the others. Pung! The last extreme Een corpse was split into 8 pieces by the Bone Devil and was completely destroyed. Phew! Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, most of the people here were shattered by the bone palm. If they were all turned into extreme Een corpses, we would all be dead, Dandan muttered. Lu Ming and the others were speechless. Although these words were disrespectful to the ancestors, it was the truth. These 4 statues seemed to be extraordinary. Previously, the absolute Een corpses were actually obediently sitting around them, Xianyanqing said. Lu Ming and the others also looked at the 4 statues. Lu Ming was secretly surprised to see a statue of a 9-clawed dragon here. These 4 statues were obviously left behind from the previous era. There was actually a 9-clawed dragon in the previous era's Eldritch continent. No, there are some differences. The dragon horns are different. Lu Ming suddenly noticed something different. The dragon body looked similar, and it also had 9 claws. However, the dragon horns were very different from the divine dragons in the current universe. Because the dragon horns of these statues were forked. There were 2 dragon horns, and each dragon horn had 9 forks. However, the dragon horns of the current divine dragons did not have any forks. Looks like the dragon race also exists in the Eldritch continent. Perhaps the dragon race in the current universe is the bloodline of the spirit race from the previous era, Lu Ming thought in his heart, and then looked at the two human statues. The two human statues looked like a man and a woman. They looked very young, only in their 20s. The man was very handsome, and the woman was extremely beautiful. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt that the two statues seemed to have moved. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but take a step back. When he looked again, he found that the two statues were still there, motionless. Was it an illusion? I looked at this divine dragon. It seemed to have moved just now. Did you see it? Dandan asked doubtfully, looking at Lu Ming and the others. I looked at this statue just now and found that it moved. However, when I took a step back, I found that it didn't move again. Strange. Wanshan said. He was looking at the tall and sturdy statue. I was also looking at this statue. It moved just now. Guo said. He and Wanshan were looking at the same statue. Then, Xian Yanqing, Tang Jun, and Ling Yue also spoke. They were looking at the human statues and found that they had also moved. Lu Ming was sure that this wasn't an illusion, but something that really happened. Otherwise, it was impossible for everyone to have such a feeling. I'll continue observing. Help me see if these two statues have moved. Lu Ming said. Then, he stepped forward and observed the two human statues. Sure enough, in Lu Ming's eyes, the two statues moved. They actually flew up and danced in the air, as if they were using some kind of offensive method. Lu Ming took a few steps back. When he looked carefully, he found that the statues were still standing there, not moving at all. Did the statues move just now? Lu Ming asked. No, they haven't moved at all. Dandan, Xian Yanqing, and the others all answered in the same way. It seems that the movement wasn't really movement. It was just our consciousness being guided. Perhaps it was moving in our consciousness. Guo speculated. This is very likely a huge opportunity. These statues can evolve some kind of offensive method. It's mysterious and unfathomable. Perhaps it's beneficial to us. Lu Ming said. Just looking at it for a while, Lu Ming felt that he had benefited a lot. The offensive method that the statues had evolved was mysterious and unfathomable. It had thousands of changes and contained endless profundity. Then, they began to experiment. Lu Ming realized that when he looked at the human statue or the divine dragon statue, he could feel that the statues were moving. In the end, no matter how carefully he looked at the burly statue, there was no reaction. Chapter 48-55. The others were also different. Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, Tang Jun. Only when looking at the two human statues could they feel that the statues were moving, but when looking at the other two statues, they didn't feel anything at all. Dandan and Bubbles only felt something when looking at the dragon statue. The other three statues didn't have any abnormalities. As for the myriad god and bone demon, they were looking at the tall and sturdy statue. They could see that the statue was moving, but they didn't feel anything when looking at the two human and dragon statues. As for Chiu, no matter what statue it was looking at, it didn't have any reaction. The strange thing was that Ling Yue only had a reaction to the two human statues. Lu Ming speculated that this was related to bloodline. Lu Ming had the bloodline of both humans and dragons in his body, so he had a reaction to the human and dragon statues. The others also had the same principle. The bloodline in their bodies corresponded to the statues. On the other hand, Ling Yue, who was an elf, actually only had a reaction to the human statues. Lu Ming speculated that the elves were related to the human race. Perhaps it was because of the reproduction of the human race's bloodline. I'll protect you guys. Try it and see what you get. Bone Demon said. I'll protect you guys too. In any case, I don't have any reaction to any statue. Chiu also said. Lu Ming and the others nodded. They first let Bone Demon and Chiu protect them while they carefully observed the statues to see if there was any reaction. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, Ling Yue, Tang Jun, Chiu, Bubbles, and myriad god approached the statues. Then, they sat cross-legged and stared at the statues seriously. Suddenly, in Lu Ming's eyes, 3 of the statues moved. The 2 human statues stepped in the air and waved their arms. Their figures were also constantly changing their positions. That divine dragon? It was also moving. The dragon's body twisted, as if it contained thousands of changes. Lu Ming was shocked. He discovered that the 3 statues, they were all evolving some kind of secret technique. No, perhaps it wasn't called a secret technique, but something similar. But it had thousands of changes. In every move, it seemed to contain endless mysteries. Every single movement, it seemed to contain dozens of offensive techniques. Wang. At this moment, the archaic god stone in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness glowed. On the surface, countless patterns appeared, seemingly resonating with the movements of the 3 statues. Wonderful, simply wonderful. I feel that the level of profoundness far surpasses the 3,000 ancient secret arts that I comprehended. Will I be able to comprehend the 3,000th ancient secret technique from it? Lu Ming pondered. His eyes were shining. How many years had he been trapped by the 3,000th ancient secret technique? He hadn't made any breakthroughs. He had only managed to make some headway after entering this place, but he still had no idea how long it would take for him to fully comprehend it. But what did he find? The mysterious technique that the 3 statues had created was even more powerful than the 3,000 ancient secret techniques. It contained the profound mysteries of the universe. Just by looking at it for a while, Lu Ming seemed to have learned a lot. Perhaps he could use the 3 statues to comprehend the 3,000th ancient secret skill. Dangers were often accompanied by opportunities. Perhaps this was his opportunity. Immediately, Lu Ming calmed down and started comprehending without any distractions. He absorbed what was useful to him from the evolution of the 3 statues. Indeed, in just a few days, Lu Ming gained a lot. He had a much clearer direction towards the 3,000th ancient secret skill. With a direction, it was only a matter of time before he comprehended it. As time passed, the 3,000th ancient secret skill became clearer in Lu Ming's mind. A month later, Lu Ming already had an outline of the 3,000th ancient mystic skill in his heart. The others seemed to have gained a lot as well. They were immersed in their cultivation without any distractions. Over the past month, apart from the cracks around the mountain becoming bigger and the occasional deep rumbling from underground, there were no other abnormalities. The bone demon felt an itch in his heart. Qiu, help protect us. I'll go and comprehend it too. If anything happens, wake us up immediately. The bone demon said to Qiu. Then, he went to the burly statue and joined in his comprehension. Time flew, and half a year passed in the blink of an eye. In this half a year, the others woke up from their comprehension one after another. For example, Dandan, Bubbles, Lingyue, Wan Shen, and Xiao Yu were the first to wake up. Then came the bone demon, Xian Yanqing, and Tang Jun. Lu Ming was the last. On this day, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from Lu Ming's body. Dense taboo energy surged out and covered his entire body. There were tens of thousands of points of light all over his body, looking like tens of thousands of stars. Lu Ming, he broke through. Dandan said in shock. No, he didn't break through. His cultivation is still at the 8th level of the Divine Master Realm, but his strength seems to have increased by a lot. Tang Jun said. How terrifying. It's taboo energy. His taboo energy has undergone a huge change. Even I find it terrifying. The bone demon's voice sounded. The 2 balls of soul fire in his eye sockets jumped, filled with shock. After more than an hour, Lu Ming's aura finally calmed down. Lu Ming opened his eyes. I did it. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with surprise. He had successfully comprehended the 3,000th ancient secret technique. It had turned into a secret technique rune and merged with his cells. My taboo energy seems to have undergone a huge change. Lu Ming carefully sensed the taboo energy in his body. When he had successfully comprehended the 3000th ancient secret technique, he could clearly feel that the taboo energy had undergone a huge change. It was as if it had undergone a qualitative change. It had become denser and more condensed than before, and its power was even more terrifying. It was as if it had gone from a low-level energy to a high-level energy. Boom! Lu Ming casually waved his hand, and a huge explosion occurred in the void, turning it into a ball of chaos. As expected, the power of a casual attack is very shocking. It's much stronger than before. I also feel that the heaven-breaking style and the desolate style have undergone a huge change. Also, what is this feeling? It seems to have touched upon the origin. The more Lu Ming thought about it, the more excited he became. After successfully comprehending the 3000th ancient secret technique, he felt as if an earth-shattering change had occurred. Whether it was the taboo energy or the secret technique, they had all undergone a qualitative change. Moreover, he had a feeling that he had come into contact with an even more terrifying secret technique. It seemed to be a Genesis technique. Yes, Lu Ming estimated that it was a terrifying secret technique that could only be comprehended at the origin realm. In other words, it was a Genesis technique. Although it wasn't all there was to it. He had comprehended it all because his cultivation level was still low, but he already had a direction. He yearned for the power of Genesis techniques. The Yi Immortals' battle prowess was so terrifying because of Genesis techniques. Lu Ming, why are you standing there and smiling like an idiot? Danden's face suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming, looking at him curiously. Cough cough, nothing. Lu Ming smiled awkwardly. It turned out that he had unknowingly smiled. In the eyes of others, he was standing there and smiling like an idiot. Chapter 48-56. Lu Ming swept his gaze around and found that Xianyanqing, Autumn Moon and the others were looking at him curiously. I've gained a lot this time. What about you guys? You've ended your comprehension so early. What did you guys gain? Lu Ming changed the topic. In truth, he was also very curious about what the others had gained. I've gained a lot this time. My understanding of formations has deepened, and I have a deeper understanding of the various secret techniques I've mastered in the past. Their power has increased greatly. Most importantly, I've faintly touched upon an incomparably powerful secret technique. When I communicated with Gu Mo and the others, it's very likely to be a Genesis technique. Danden was the first to speak. Danden, you've comprehended a Genesis technique? Lu Ming hurriedly asked. No, not yet. I just have an outline. Danden said. I'm about the same. The power of my other secret techniques has skyrocketed, and I've also touched upon the direction of Genesis techniques. Bubbles said. Autumn Moon, Ling Yue, and Wanshan spoke one after another. Their gains were about the same as Danden and Bubbles. What a profound statue. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. He had only sat in front of the statue for half a year, but he had gained so much. This harvest could only be described as astonishing. Generally speaking, Genesis techniques could only be comprehended when one broke through to the origin realm and completely grasped the origin energy. With the origin energy as the foundation, one could comprehend Genesis techniques. It was practically impossible for one to comprehend a Genesis technique at the Divine Master stage. This was because without a foundation and without even grasping the origin energy, what could one use to comprehend Genesis techniques? One must know that many origin realm existences had yet to comprehend Genesis techniques. From this, one could see how difficult it was to comprehend Genesis techniques. Needless to say, in the Divine Master realm, even comprehending a direction or an outline was an inconceivable matter. Danden, Bubbles, Autumn Moon, Wan Shen, and Ling Yue had only comprehended in front of the statue for half a year, but they had already gained so much. It could only be described as heaven-defying. Little Qin, what about you guys? What did you gain? Lu Ming looked at Xianyanqing, Tang Jun, and Gu Mo. The three of them were different from Qiu Yu and the others. They had all reached reciprocity in the past, so their gains would definitely be different. Lu Ming, I estimate that I will be able to use Genesis techniques once my cultivation reaches the peak Divine Master level. Xianyinqing said with a smile. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Normally speaking, only those who had reached reciprocity could use Genesis techniques. The Yi Immortal was a special case. Before Yi Immortal had reincarnated, his cultivation level was too high. He was much higher than Xianyinqing and Tang Jun in their past lives. That was why he could use Genesis techniques at the Divine Master stage. But that kind of person was extremely rare. In any case, Lu Ming had only met one person, the Yi Immortal. Being able to use a Genesis technique at the peak Divine Lord level was already an inconceivable feat. Evidently, Xianyinqing had gained a lot. One could imagine that once Xianyinqing broke through to the peak Divine Lord level and was able to use Genesis techniques, his battle strength would increase by an astonishing amount. It's about the same for me. Once my cultivation reaches the peak Divine Lord level, I will be able to use Genesis techniques. Not only that, but my comprehension of other secret techniques will also increase greatly. Tang Jun said. Ha ha ha, I can use Genesis techniques now. Guo laughed heartily. Great. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He had really gained a lot this time. Gumo's battle strength would definitely skyrocket if he could use Genesis techniques. Coupled with his incomparably powerful defense, he might be able to contend against Guanxin Ambassador. Will my battle strength be able to contend against Guanxin Ambassador? Lu Ming pondered. He was very much looking forward to it. Before he comprehended the 3000th ancient secret technique, his battle strength would not be weaker than the strongest Lord of Heaven if he unleashed his full strength. Now that he had comprehended the 3000th ancient secret technique, his taboo power had undergone a qualitative change, and his battle strength would definitely soar. Would he be able to contend against Guanxin Ambassador? Would he be able to contend against the 9th layer Divine Lord Yi Immortal? Lu Ming did not know because he had not tried. It's a pity that this statue is too strange. After carefully comprehending it once, it won't work anymore. Dandan sighed. It won't work anymore? Lu Ming was surprised. Seeing the others nod, it was obvious that they had all tried. Lu Ming also tried to approach the statue. As Dandan and the others had said, the statue did not react at all. It seems that each person can only seriously comprehend it once. Lu Ming sighed. He had wanted to continue comprehending it and completely comprehend the Genesis techniques, but it seemed impossible. However, his harvest this time was already great enough. Rumble. At this moment, a series of violent rumbles were heard, and the mountain continued to tremble. It seems that this mountain range is about to collapse. Lu Ming frowned. Let's go out and see how far it has progressed. Dandan said. When they arrived outside the palace, they saw that there were several cracks around the mountain range that extended all the way to the mountain range. Some of the mountains had cracked, and runes had appeared on the mountains. Many of the runes had been torn apart, and some formations had also collapsed. The deeper parts of the mountain range were still fine, but there was a huge crack on the mountain peak where many formations had been torn apart. I estimate that the formations on this mountain peak will be torn apart in at most half a year, Dandan said. Dandan. The Primordial Light clan is still guarding outside. They're like ghosts that won't go away. Wanshan said unhappily. Lu Ming and the others frowned because they realized that the number of Primordial Light clan members outside the mountain had increased. There were more than 1,000 of them. It seemed that all the Primordial Light clan members around the ancient city had been transferred here. Not only do they want to kill us, but they also want the treasures in this Chi Meridian. Naturally, they won't leave so easily. The only thing we can do is increase our strength as soon as possible. I suggest that we give the primordial crystals and the 9 sky jade ginseng to Dandan, Bubbles, Yue, and Tang Jun, Lu Ming said. Give it to us. Lu Ming, don't you need the primordial crystals more to break through? Ling Yue immediately shook her head, wanting to give the primordial crystals to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's cultivation was at the 8th level of the Divine Master Realm. Once he broke through to the 9th level of the Divine Master Realm, his battle strength would increase tremendously. Lu Ming shook his head and said, if I want to break through to the 9th level of the Divine Master Realm, I'll need at least 5 billion primordial crystals. The primordial crystals and divine herbs are far from enough. Rather than giving them to me, I'd rather give them to you. Only when you break through can our joint attack formation last longer. Lu Ming explained. He had thought about this point a long time ago. He needed too many primordial crystals. The primordial crystals they had obtained before were far from enough. However, giving them to Dandan, Ling Yue, and the others was enough for each of them to break through by at least one level. Ling Yue, Bubbles, and Tang Jun were all at the 7th level of the Divine Master Realm. Dandan was at the 6th level of the Divine Master Realm. They didn't need many primordial crystals to break through. As for Wan Shen, he was at the 8th level of the Divine Master Realm, the same level as Lu Ming. The power he controlled was no small matter. Even if he didn't need as many primordial crystals as Lu Ming to break through to the 9th level of the Divine Master Realm, the number was still shocking. End of chapter. Chapter 48-57. Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, Bone Demon, and the others also agreed to Lu Ming's suggestion. In the end, Ling Yue, Tang Jun, Dandan, and Bubbles were unable to persuade Lu Ming, so they could only agree. They also knew in their hearts that what Lu Ming said made sense. The stronger their average strength was, the closer they were, the stronger the combined attack formation would be, and the longer it would last. Their overall strength would still be very strong. Immediately, they returned to the hall and arrived in front of the 4 statues. Then, Lu Ming waved his hand, and a huge prehistoric crystal vein appeared. The transparent rocks were inlaid with densely packed prehistoric crystals. Lu Ming and the others worked together and began to excavate the prehistoric crystals. There were simply too many prehistoric crystals. Even with the 10 of them working together and not eating, drinking, or sleeping, it still took them half a month to dig out all the prehistoric crystals. After a quick count, there were 1.2 billion of them. 1.2 billion prehistoric crystals. This number was already more than the number in the Heavenly Palace's treasury. In addition, there were also 9 huge sky jade ginseng. An ordinary sky jade ginseng was only a foot long, but these 9 sky jade ginseng were actually 3 meters long, like 3 small trees. Its volume was 1,000 times that of an ordinary sky jade ginseng, and the energy essence it contained had reached 1,000 times that of an ordinary sky jade ginseng. Lu Ming and the others estimated that the energy contained in a single sky jade ginseng was equivalent to 50 million prehistoric crystals. 9 sky jade ginseng was equivalent to more than 400 million prehistoric crystals. Unfortunately, even if all of these were added together, it was still far from enough for Lu Ming. However, it was enough for Dandan, Ling Yue, Bubbles, and Tang Jun. They were all peerless geniuses, and the power they controlled was extremely powerful. The energy they needed to break through was also much more than ordinary people. However, their cultivation was still low. Ling Yue, Tang Jun, and Bubbles were all at the 7th level of the Divine Master Realm. Even Lu Ming only needed around 600 million prehistoric crystals to break through from the 7th level of the Divine Master Realm to the 8th level of the Divine Master Realm. As for Ling Yue, Tang Jun, and Bubbles, they were even less. They only needed about 2 to 300 million to break through. 2 to 300 million per person would add up to more than 1 billion. Dandan's cultivation was even lower. He was only at the 6th level of the Divine Master Realm, so he needed even less energy. Let's leave these 9 sky jade ginsengs for now. These desolation crystals should be enough for us to break through. Ling Yue pondered for a moment, but still gave the 9 heaven jade ginseng to Lu Ming. Alright, I'll plant it first. Lu Ming nodded. I'll set up a formation first. It can increase the speed at which we refine the great desolate crystal. Dandan said and then began to set up the formation. This formation was called the Great Heavenly Origin Refining Formation, and it was obtained by Dandan from the Myriad Transformations ruins. It was capable of greatly increasing the speed of refining primeval crystals or divine medicines. A few days later, a formation enveloped the area. Afterward, Ling Yue, Tang Jun, Dandan, and Bubbles sat down cross-legged and began to refine the great desolate crystal with all their might. Ling Yue, Dandan, and Bubbles had condensed their origin seeds back then, and after so many years of comprehension, they had a clear direction. As long as they had enough resources, they could constantly break through. As for Tang Jun, there was no need to mention him. In his previous life, he had been at the origin realm. His comprehension and direction of cultivation were extremely clear. Similarly, with enough resources, he could also break through quickly. Lu Ming, Bone Demon, Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, and the others were not idle either. They all comprehended secret techniques and consolidated their previous comprehensions. Dandan broke through the fastest. He only needed tens of millions of desolate crystals to break through from the 6th level of the Divine Master Realm to the 7th level. With the help of the Great Heavenly Origin Refining Formation, he only needed 7 days to successfully break through, reaching the 7th level of the Divine Master Realm in one go. Afterward, after consolidating his foundation, he continued to refine the Great Desolate Crystal and began to break through to the 8th level of the Divine Master Realm. Around 3 months later, Ling Yue, Bubbles, Tang Jun, and Dandan broke through one after another, reaching the 8th level of the Divine Master Realm. Lu Ming was secretly amazed. The Great Heavenly Ripple Origin Formation was truly profound. It allowed them to refine the Great Desolate Crystal several dozen times faster. The 4 of them had all reached the 8th level of the Divine Master Realm, and the 120 million desolate crystals had basically been consumed. At this moment, the 10 of them were Bone Demon and Qiuqiu, both peak Divine Masters. Xian Yanqing and Autumn Moon were 9th level Divine Masters. Lu Ming, Wan Shen, Ling Yue, Tang Jun, Dandan, and Bubbles were all 8th level Divine Masters. Their cultivations were rather close, so they attempted to lay down a joint attack formation. As expected, they discovered that the joint attack formation's power had increased by quite a bit. Moreover, it could last for several times longer than before. Without a doubt, their overall strength had increased by quite a bit. However, at this moment, the tremors from the ground were becoming more and more intense. A huge crack had appeared on the mountain peak, almost tearing it apart. If not for the formation on the mountain peak, it would have already been torn apart. Even so, it wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Many of the formations on the mountain peak had been damaged. In about 2 or 3 months, those formations would be completely destroyed. Dandan, it's time for us to make some arrangements. Lu Ming said to Dandan. Leave it to me. I can use the damaged formations on the mountain peak and the remaining runes here to lay down a killing formation. If the primordial light race attacks us, we'll definitely make them suffer. He. Dandan sneered. They left the palace and walked down the mountain. They arrived at the edge of the formation and observed it for a while. Then, Lu Ming and the others left to find a secret place to hide. Dandan used a formation to conceal himself before starting to lay down a formation. The primordial light race didn't notice any of this. Look over there. There are so many people. It's the primordial light race. Suddenly, Bubbles exclaimed and looked into the distance. Lu Ming and the group also discovered that there were streams of lights flying toward them at high speed from afar. They were clearly the primordial light race. There were about 1,000 of them. They weren't the ones led by 9th Young Lord because they had been surrounding the mountain peak without moving. The other primordial light race had arrived. Lu Ming and the others' hearts sank. The primordial light race's numbers had increased greatly. The pressure on them had increased. At the foot of the mountain peak, 9th Young Lord and the others naturally noticed this as well. The 8th Young Lord and the others have arrived. A battle envoy beside 9th Young Lord said in a low voice. Soon, the primordial light race arrived. 8th Elder Brother, why are you so late? I've already sent out the news. 9th Young Lord flew forward. The leader of the primordial light race behind him was a young man who looked to be in his 20s. He wore a green robe and looked similar to 9th Young Lord. He was the 8th Young Lord of the primordial light race. His name was Yuan Baji. 9th Young Lord's name was Yuan Joji. 9th Brother, I'm sorry. We're late because we were attacking a meridian. Yuan Baji smiled faintly. I'm sure you've gained a lot from attacking a meridian. Yuan Joji said courteously. It's all right. Compared to this meridian, it's a far cry. Is the Lu Ming you mentioned still inside? Yuan Baji looked at the mountain peak. Yes, he's still inside. In a few months, the formation of this mountain peak will be torn apart. Yuan Joji said. End of chapter. Chapter 48-58. Yuan Joji and Yuan Baji met up, but they didn't realize that there were two groups of people hiding in the other two directions of the mountain range. These two groups of people were the quasi-sage tribe led by Tsang Qiong, and the heavenly human tribe led by the Lord of Heaven of Extermination and the Lord of Heaven of Hundred Battles. Back then, after they rushed out of the ancient city, they separated and each found a secret place to hide. But some time ago, the chi vein that Lu Ming and the others were in cracked open. The heavenly abode divine light in the depths of the chi vein rushed out from the ground and into the sky. It could be seen from afar. The quasi-sage tribe and the heavenly human tribe rushed over after seeing the heavenly abode divine light. But when they arrived, they found the primordial light tribe. They were shocked and found a secret place to hide. When they saw another group of primordial light tribe rushing over, they were even more shocked. However, this chi vein was too big. It was much bigger than the ones they had encountered before. It definitely contained a lot of treasures. They were very tempted and didn't want to leave just like that. Although their strength was far inferior to the primordial light tribe, this chi vein was very big and occupied a large area. It wasn't impossible for them to fish in troubled waters and obtain some benefits. Moreover, they had already sent a message to their tribe members and asked them to gather here. When they met up with other experts, their chances of success would be much higher. From the looks of it, Lu Ming and the others escaped into that mountain range. That's why the primordial light tribe has been surrounding them. The Lord of Heaven of Extermination said. There are layers of array formations in the mountain range. When the primordial light tribe kills their way in, they won't be able to advance or retreat. Only death awaits them. Hee hee. The Lord of Heaven of Hundred Battles sneered. By the way, is there still no news from the ancestor? The Lord of Heaven of Extermination turned around and asked an old Lord of Heaven. Not yet. Wait a minute. The old Lord of Heaven shook his head. Suddenly, his expression changed. He took out a voice transmission jade talisman and read it. Then, he revealed a look of joy. I got it. The ancestor sent a message. They are attacking a chi vein. As long as they get the treasures inside, they will rush over here. They told us not to act rashly for the time being. The old Lord of Heaven said. All right, an ancestor is coming. Our confidence? It's much bigger now. Destroy the Lord of Heaven? Looks of joy appeared on the faces of the Lord of Heaven and the others. He heaved a huge sigh of relief. Against the creatures of the Forbidden Lands? Were they under too much pressure? They were constantly in danger and in fear. With Yi Wuchang, it was as if they had a backbone. In their hearts, no matter how big of a crisis it was, they would never be able to escape. Yi Immortal would lead them through it. Because of Yi Immortal? He was the strongest patriarch in the history of the heavenly human tribe. Another direction? The quasi-saint race was also making preparations. Very soon. Another 3 months passed. Rumbling sounds continued to ring out in this area. On the ground? Huge cracks appeared on the ground as purple paradise god light gushed out from the ground. The mountain where Lu Ming and the others were was almost cracked. The array formations on the mountain were also constantly torn apart and destroyed. Of course, some mountain peaks in the depths of the mountain range were not damaged or cracked. They were still shrouded in terrifying array formations. But it was only a matter of time before they were torn apart and collapsed. It's done. The array formations on this mountain peak have been completely destroyed. It's no longer a threat to us. We can go up now. Yuan Yu, an array master from the primordial light race, said. It's indeed destroyed. Yuan Baji also brought an array master with him and nodded. Brother Ba, in order to prevent Lu Ming and the others from escaping, let's split up and attack from two sides of the mountain peak. What do you think? Yuan Zheji looked at Yuan Baji and said. That's exactly what I want. This Lu Ming dared to kill the people of my race. Let's see who can kill him. Let's go. Yuan Baji finished speaking. Then, he led the experts he brought and rushed to one side of the mountain peak. Let's go. Yuan Zheji waved his hand and led a group of experts to the mountain peak where Lu Ming and the others were. Of course, they all avoided those cracks. That was because there were still heavenly light rushing out of those cracks. It was extremely dense and powerful. They did not dare to face it head-on. They're coming. On the mountain peak, Lu Ming and the others saw the actions of the primordial light race clearly. They're indeed splitting up. Fortunately, we've made preparations beforehand. Xian Yanqing whispered. Lu Ming is so thoughtful. We've prepared a way out. Wan Shendao said. The two groups of primordial light race attacked from two directions. They definitely could not withstand the attacks by relying on the array formations set up by Dandan. It would be good enough if they could cause some damage to the other party. Lu Ming had already considered this point and had prepared a way out in advance. Let's hide and give them a hard time later. Lu Ming said. His body flickered and Lu Ming and the others hid. Yuan Zheji led at least 500 experts and rushed towards the mountain peak. Soon, they were close to the mountain peak. At that moment, they had also stepped into the range of the array formations set up by Dandan. Oh no, there's an array formation fluctuation. At that moment, Yuan Yu, the array formation master of the primordial light race, suddenly shouted. You've only just realized that your skills are too low. Rise. Dandan's voice was heard. Then, dense runes appeared on the ground. A huge array formation appeared and shrouded the people of the primordial light race. At the same time, the array formation condensed rays of purple light that were like purple battle swords and attacked the people of the primordial light race. Ah ah ah, screams were heard. Suddenly, more than a dozen people of the primordial light race were killed by the purple sword light. Block it. Block it for me. Yuan Zheji roared. The people of the primordial light race moved quickly. The rays of light danced and intertwined with each other like a net, shrouding all the people of the primordial light race. There were too many experts there. More than 500 people of the primordial light race joined forces and had an amazing defensive power. They immediately blocked the purple sword light. Humph, it's not that easy to block the array formation that I have spent so much effort to set up. Dandan snorted. After his cultivation had reached the 8th level Divine Master realm, the power of his array formation had also increased. At the same time, this array formation was not complete. It had been set up by Dandan himself. He had combined some of the remnants of the array formation on the mountain peak with his own runes and the runes of the array formation on the mountain peak. It possessed part of the original power of the array formation on the mountain peak. It was many times more powerful than the array formation set up by Dandan alone. Condense. Dandan shouted as her hands moved quickly. The purple sword lights quickly converged and formed a massive battle sword that slashed at the Origin Light Tribesmen. The defensive wall formed by the light beam hair was formed by the Origin Light Tribesmen. Boom! An earth-shattering boom was heard. The rays of light were constantly torn apart and broken. The defensive wall formed by the intertwined rays of light was forcibly broken. A terrifying force rushed in and killed 5 or 6 experts of the primordial light race. Then, the huge light sword rushed through the gap and killed its way in. Yuan Zheji and the others were shocked. Chapter 48-59. The light sword formed by the array was so powerful that it broke through the defense of the primordial light clan and killed 5 or 6 people in an instant. It then went straight for Jiao Gongzi's forehead. Yuan Zheji's face changed drastically. The power of the light sword was too terrifying. He definitely couldn't block it. At the critical moment, 2 figures rushed out and arrived in front of Yuan Zheji. They were the two Guanxin royal envoys beside Yuan Zhouji. The two Guanxin royal envoys shouted, and their bodies seemed to turn into two divine lights as they rushed towards the light sword. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion erupted, unleashing a terrifying force that engulfed a few of the primordial light tribe cultivators in the vicinity, pulverizing them instantly. Even Yuan Zhouji was pushed back rapidly as if he was hit by a huge wave. Then, two figures retreated even faster than Yuan Zhouji. They were the two Guanxin royal envoys. The light on their bodies trembled as blood flowed out from the corners of their mouths. Ha ha ha! Guanxin royal envoys? You have to kneel before me. Dandan laughed proudly. The two Guanxin royal envoys were injured. This was definitely an amazing achievement. It would be strange if Dandan wasn't proud. Of course, with Dandan's current cultivation, it would be difficult for him to injure the two Guanxin royal envoys so easily even if he had a few months to set up the array. The main reason was that Dandan had used the remnant array runes here to greatly increase the power of the array. That was why he could achieve this result. After repelling the two Guanxin royal envoys with one move, Dandan continued to control the light sword to attack Yuan Zhouji. Set up the formation. Set up the formation. Block their formation. Yuan Zhouji shouted as he retreated. Swish. 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 There were a total of 21 Primordial Light Clan members. They held battle swords covered with runes and set up a joint attack array to form a huge battle sword. 21 people's joint attack array? Was it Yuan Zhouji's strongest force? Was it what Lu Ming and the others were most afraid of? It was this joint attack array that had broken through the ancient city's defense. Clang! The battle sword formed by the 21 people's joint attack array and the battle sword formed by Dandan's array? Clashing together? There was an earth-shattering explosion. This time, the light sword formed by Dandan's array? Was it blocked? Even the light was somewhat dim. In one go? Had he broken his array? I want them to die. Nine Origin roared. Kill! The 21 people who set up the formation shouted in unison. Full control of the combined attack formation? Take the initiative to attack. It won't be that easy to break my formation. Dandan shouted loudly as his hands continuously danced, striking out one rune after another, causing the formation to shine brightly. Constantly injecting new power. The radiance of the lightsaber grew brighter again. Clang clang clang, two streaks of sword light constantly collided. Terrifying power was constantly bursting out in all directions. The other members of the Primordial Light tribe did not even dare to set foot in the area, let alone defend themselves. You? Go and kill them. Yuan Zhouji stared at Lu Ming and the others. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent as he instructed a Guanxin royal emissary. Don't worry, ninth young master. I'll go take their heads. The Guanxin royal emissary, who looked to be in his 20s, spoke indifferently. His figure was like a ray of light as he rushed towards Lu Ming and the others. His light hair was like a sharp sword as it pierced towards Lu Ming and the others. Losers, you still dare to come and fight? Lu Ming shouted coldly. Now that you have one less person, I want to see how you will set up the formation. Guanxin royal emissary sneered. The one less person he was referring to was Dandan. Dandan was now fully controlling the formation. It was impossible for him to set up the combined attack formation. With one less person to set up the combined attack formation, the power would definitely be reduced by a lot. This was also the reason why he dared to attack Lu Ming and the others. Bone Demon, leave this person to me. I'll go and kill ninth young master. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bone Demon. Don't worry, leave it to me. I want to test my strength. Bone Demon chuckled and took a step forward. His figure soared into the sky and rushed towards Guanxin royal emissary. The purple gold battle axe had already appeared in his hand. Berserk Demon God slash. Bone Demon slashed out with the purple gold battle axe in his hand. Suddenly, demonic chi raged. Dozens of demonic blades appeared in the void and slashed in all directions. Guanxian royal emissary's light beam hair was constantly destroyed. Guanxian royal emissary's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly retracted his light beam hair. If he was any slower, he would have become bald. His body glowed and constantly distorted. He turned into a ray of light and finally transformed into a battle sword. The battle sword pierced through the air, ignoring the dozens of demonic blades and directly attacking Bone Demon. Good. Bone Demon sneered. The purple gold battle axe struck out again. This time, it was not dozens of demonic blades, but a single one. It collided with Guanxian royal emissary. Boom! The two exchanged a blow and then retreated at the same time. Your battle strength? No, that's a Genesis technique. You're only a peak divine master. How can you use a Genesis technique? Guanxian royal emissary roared in shock. Bone Demon's battle strength was too terrifying. He was extremely shocked that Bone Demon could match him. What shocked him even more was that Bone Demon could use a Genesis technique. It was because Bone Demon could use Genesis techniques that he could match him. Apart from Genesis techniques, Bone Demon's physical strength was inferior to his. But weren't Genesis techniques only Origin Realm existences able to use? How could a peak divine master use one? He wasn't the only one. Yuan Jiuji and the other members of the Yuanguang clan were also extremely shocked. Ha ha ha, there are many more things that you'll be surprised about. Come, let's fight to the death. Bone Demon's soul laughed loudly. He charged towards Guanxian royal emissary with the purple gold battle axe in hand and used another Genesis technique. Guanxian royal emissary unleashed his full strength and charged towards Bone Demon. The two figures engaged in a fierce battle in the void. In an instant, they had exchanged more than a dozen blows, but there was no clear victor. But although there was no clear victor, Bone Demon gradually began to gain the upper hand. In the immeasurable demon abyss, Bone Demon had fused with a skeleton. Its origin was absolutely astonishing. Not only did it make Bone Demon indestructible, but the demonic chi contained in his body was also astonishingly rich. Even if he constantly used Genesis techniques, he wasn't afraid of overdrawing his strength. He relied on his powerful defense to attack with all his strength and slowly began to suppress Guanxian royal emissary. Nearby, Yuan Jiuji's expression was extremely ugly as he ordered the other Guanxian royal emissary to deal with Bone Demon. Lu Ming stepped forward and blocked Guanxian royal emissary's path. Your opponent is me. You, a mere 8th level divine master, don't overestimate yourself. Guanxian royal emissary was called Yuan Han. As he spoke, a beam of light shot towards Lu Ming like a sharp sword. Underestimating me? Very well. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curved in a cold smile as anticipation filled his eyes. After comprehending the 3000th ancient secret technique, his forbidden power had undergone a qualitative change. He also wanted to know if his current battle strength could match a Guanxian royal emissary. The battle character art instantly activated 9 times his battle strength. Forbidden power frantically circulated throughout his body. Lu Ming's hand reached out and accurately caught a beam of light from Yuan Han's hair. Chapter 4860. Lu Ming grabbed a strand of Yuan Han's hair. No matter how hard Yuan Han tried, the strand of hair didn't move at all. What's going on? Yuan Han was shocked. Before he could react, he felt a terrifying force surging from the strand of hair, trying to drag him out. If he didn't react, he would fall flat on his face. Damn it, break! Yuan Han had no choice but to roar and cut off his own hair. Only then did he get rid of Lu Ming. Swish! The next moment, Lu Ming appeared above his head like a stream of light. The war god's spear was as huge as a mountain and pressed down on him. The terrifying might made the muscles all over Yuan Han's body start trembling. Holy light heavenly void slash! Yuan Han roared. Multicolored light rushed out of every pore on his body and condensed into a battle sword above his head. At the same time, a battle sword appeared in his hand. It was obviously a source-level divine weapon. The multicolored light and the source-level divine weapon converged and then soared into the sky, colliding with the war god's spear. There was a shocking explosion. Lu Ming's figure retreated, but Yuan Han was in the same situation. His body shook violently as he retreated continuously, creating more than a dozen large pits on the ground. Your combat strength, how can it be so strong? Yuan Han roared in shock. Not far away, Yuan Zheji's eyes almost popped out. His face was full of disbelief. Lu Ming could actually contend with Yuan Han head-on. How was this possible? Lu Ming's cultivation was clearly at the 8th level of the Divine Master Realm and hadn't broken through. How could his combat strength soar? He felt that his brain had short-circuited. He really couldn't figure it out. Again. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. His fighting spirit surged and his confidence increased. He felt that the previous royal envoy's combat strength was nothing more than this. Heaven-breaking style. This time, Lu Ming used the heaven-breaking style. A terrifying spear light stabbed out. Wherever the spear light passed, the void seemed to evaporate. Holy light heavenly dragon slash. Yuan Han roared. He also erupted with a terrifying killing move. He fought against Lu Ming. A huge light dragon. He rushed towards the spear light. This time, Yuan Han was at a disadvantage. After the light dragon and the spear light collided, what happened? Violent tremors? Then, it collapsed. Yuan Han retreated, barely avoiding Lu Ming's spear light, but he felt a stabbing pain in his chest. What if he had been a little slower? His chest was about to be pierced by the spear light. The power of the heaven-crushing technique? So strong. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He was greatly excited. Was his guess right? After successfully comprehending the 3000th ancient secret skill? Not only had the taboo energy undergone a qualitative change, but even the secret technique he had comprehended, the heaven-crushing style, had undergone a qualitative change and become even more terrifying. The power of the heaven-splitting style increased greatly. Then? What about the prehistoric style? Boom! Lu Ming directly struck out with his palm. A gigantic continent was formed. It pressed down on Yuan Han. The mountains and lakes above were clearly visible, as if it was a real world. Furthermore, an ancient and primeval aura effused out. It was heavy like the universe, and it carried the brilliant might of the heavens as it pressed down towards Yuan Han. Before the continent pressed down, Yuan Han already felt a huge pressure. Break for me, break, break. There was no way to retreat. The huge continent was finished. It completely enveloped Yuan Han, and he could only face the attack head-on. Yuan Han raised his battle strength to the peak, and his entire body turned into a light sword, fusing with the origin-grade divine weapon as one. He turned into a sword light and rushed towards the continent. Boom! Another earth-shattering rumble sounded, and the continent shook violently. Cracks appeared on it, but it did not shatter. Instead, the sword light that Yuan Han turned into trembled non-stop, and it was densely covered with cracks. Then, with a bang, it exploded. Yuan Han's body retreated rapidly, but what welcomed him was a terrifying spear light. Heaven-crushing style. When Lu Ming cast the prehistoric move, he had already cast the heaven-breaking move. After Yuan Han was sent flying, the heaven-breaking move followed. Ah! Yuan Han let out a hysterical roar, feeling the approach of death. He resisted with all his strength, but it was useless. His body was penetrated by the spear light, and a terrifying power erupted from Yuan Han's body, blasting him into 5 or 6 pieces. Even his soul was torn apart. However, Yuan Han did not die. His broken body turned into a stream of light, rapidly retreating, and condensed in the void again. However, his aura was a lot weaker, and his face was pale as if he had been seriously ill. What a strong vitality, what a strong soul. Lu Ming's face was also very solemn. If it was an ordinary creature, such as a celestial race expert, their soul would be torn apart by his move, and they would definitely die. But Yuan Han was actually fine. One had to admit that the vitality and soul of the people of the Primordial Light clan were unbelievably powerful. However, no matter how strong they were, after being hit by Lu Ming's move, they were also seriously injured, and their combat strength was greatly reduced. How could Lu Ming miss such an opportunity? He planned to use this opportunity to get rid of Yuan Han. This was a former Guanxin royal envoy. Even the Primordial Light clan did not have many of them. Getting rid of one would be a great blow to the other party's strength. Swish! Lu Ming rushed out and began to kill. Set up the formation to stop him. Nine Origin roared. There were only 2 former Guanxin royal envoys by his side, and they were his right-hand men. Nothing must happen to them. Swish! Swish! The remaining Primordial Light clan members began to set up the formation. 3 array formations with 9 people and 7 array formations with 7 people were all set up and charged toward Lu Ming. Heavenly Demon Territory. 9 apertures in 1. Illusory Light Pillar. Xian Yanqing, Qiuqiu Autumn Moon, and Qiuqiu also made their moves, trying to stop the formation. However, there were only 3 of them, and they were still far from enough. However, at this moment, Dandan and the 21 People's formation had won. After so many moves, the 21 Primordial Light clan members who set up the formation had consumed a lot of their strength. At this time, some of them finally exhausted their strength, causing the formation to collapse. As for Dandan, he had continuously controlled the formation and had consumed a lot of his strength. Although most of the formation's power came from absorbing the power of heaven and earth, the person controlling the formation would also consume his strength. If Dandan had not broken through and was still a 6th-level Divine Master, he would not have been able to withstand it. Now that he was an 8th-level Divine Master, he did not have much strength left, but he still had a little strength left. He waved his hands, and the formation condensed dozens of sword lights that shot toward the Primordial Light clan's formation. Lu Ming, I'll block them for you. You kill that Guanxin royal envoy. Dandan shouted. Lu Ming did not answer. He told everyone with his actions. Boom! The desolation form was used again, and another continent was formed and pressed down on Yuan Han. At the same time, the sky-breaking form was used again. 2 killer moves, a pincer attack, attacked Yuan Han from both sides. Ah, 9th young master, save me! Yuan Han shouted in horror. Facing Lu Ming's 2 killer moves, he would not be able to resist even if he was at his peak, let alone now that he was severely injured. Chapter 48-61. Damn it, Yuan Zhuji kept roaring but didn't dare to stay. He quickly retreated because he was afraid of being enveloped by Lu Ming's chaos style. Even though he was far away, he could feel the terror of the chaos style and the hair on his skin stood on end. He had a feeling that if he was hit by the chaos style, he would be killed even with his vitality. He wanted to save Yuan Han, but he was powerless. Stop! At this moment, a roar came from the other side of the mountain. 90 Origin's face revealed a look of wild elation and he roared, 8th brother, quickly come over, quickly come over. Yuan Baji led his men and charged over from the other side of the mountain. The battle between Lu Ming and Yuan Zhuji and the others might seem long, but it didn't take much time. Their attacks were as fast as lightning and dozens of moves only took a few breaths. Streams of light flew over from the other side of the mountain. There were 2 figures flying at the front. They were astonishingly fast and exuded a terrifying aura. Kill! Lu Ming was unmoved. He continued to attack Yuan Han with his killer move. This time, Yuan Han couldn't resist and let out a shrill scream. His body was smashed into powder and his soul was completely obliterated. This time, he was completely dead. A Guanxin royal envoy, an expert comparable to Gu Changfeng, was killed just like that. Great! Dandan and the others were excited. The people of the Primordial Light clan felt a chill in their hearts. Guanxin royal envoy? It was said that he was invincible as long as his origin source didn't appear. He could even contend with weaker origins. Such an existence. In a one-on-one situation, he was killed. This was unbelievable. Moreover, the one who killed him was an 8th-level divine master. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. My battle prowess is a little stronger than I thought. Lu Ming pondered. Forbidden power, a self-created secret technique? A qualitative change happened? A surge in power? After he unleashed his combat strength to the peak? Finished. He could suppress a Guanxian royal envoy. Of course. Why was he able to kill him just now? It was also because the other party was a little careless that he seized the opportunity to severely injure him at the beginning. If the other party was a little more cautious, it would not have been that easy for him to deal a heavy blow to the other party. There was another reason. Lu Ming's battle god spear was of a higher grade than the opponent's source-level divine weapon. This would also give Lu Ming an advantage. But overall, Lu Ming's combat strength? He had already surpassed the other party. Such combat strength? Under the origin, he was almost invincible. You're courting death. At this moment, in another direction, a furious roar was heard. The two experts flying at the very front each unleashed a killing move. 2 rays of light of different colors shot towards Lu Ming and the others. Block it. Dandan bellowed as he tried his best to control the formation to block the 2 attacks. But in the end, he was only able to block 1 attack. The other attack flew towards Lu Ming. Wang. The war god's spear vibrated and swept out horizontally, colliding with this ray of light. However, Lu Ming's body was also greatly shaken and he was forced to retreat. Ambassador Guanxian. Lu Ming's heart trembled as his expression turned solemn. On the other side, Dandan controlled the formation to block the other ray of light, but Dandan's body was also forced to retreat. The surrounding rune formation's light dimmed. After a series of battles, the energy of the formation set up by Dandan was about to be exhausted. Go! Lu Ming shouted and rushed towards Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, and the others, gathering with Autumn Moon and the others. Bone Demon also repelled his opponent with 1 move and retreated to Lu Ming's side. Bone Demon originally had the upper hand in the battle. It was naturally easy for him to retreat. After they gathered, they directly rushed towards the depths of the mountain peak. Kill, kill, don't let them escape, kill them for me. Yuan Zhuoji roared crazily. A Guanxian emissary was killed right in front of his eyes. He was on the verge of going crazy. Since he was called the 9th young master, he knew that he had many brothers and sisters. There was also a huge competitive relationship between them. He had worked hard to win over the 2 Guanxian royal envoys. They were his capital to compete with his brothers and sisters. Now, one of them had been killed. This was a huge loss. His heart was bleeding. If one wanted to nurture or rope in a Guanxian Wang envoy, the price one had to pay was frighteningly high. Swoosh! Swoosh! The Yuan Guang tribe launched a frenzied attack on Lu Ming and the others. On the other side, Yuan Baji led the experts to attack Lu Ming and the others. The ordinary attacks of the Yuan Guang tribe were easy to deal with. Lu Ming and Bone Demon were able to block them one by one. However, there were 3 attacks that posed a great threat to them. Even if Lu Ming and Bone Demon went all out, it would be difficult to block them. These 3 people were the 3 Guanxian ambassadors. One was beside Yuan Zhuoji and the other 2 were beside Yuan Baji. Fortunately, the Bone Demon relied on its perverted defense to block the attack. As they blocked the attacks, they flew towards the depths of the mountain peak, which was the depths of the mountain range. The depths of the mountain range were still covered with terrifying array formations that had not been torn apart yet. The cracks in the ground had not extended to this place yet. This was the escape route they had thought of before. Dandan had also studied this place. They planned to use the array formations here to resist the Yuan Guang tribe. Nestle, the 3 Guanxian ambassadors, there are too many experts among the creatures in this forbidden area. If they attack the Heaven Destroyer's base, we will not be able to stop them at all. Dandan exclaimed in shock. Lu Ming and the others were also shocked. The number of experts in the Yuanguang tribe was far beyond their imagination. There were only so many of them, but there were already 4 Guanxin ambassadors. There were at least 20 or 30 Guanxin ambassadors who were comparable to the Lord of Heaven. This kind of combat strength was far beyond that of the heavenly human tribe. Among the heavenly human tribe, only the Yi Immortal was comparable to the Guanxin ambassadors. In the Heaven Destroyer, only Gu Chengfeng was comparable. The difference was too great. If the Yuanguang tribe was so powerful, the other creatures in the Forbidden Area, such as the Baleful Een tribe and the Blue Sea tribe, were probably not much weaker. Although they were few in number, their combat strength was far beyond that of the Heaven Destroyer or the heavenly human tribe. If they were not afraid of the Origin Realm, they would have attacked the Heaven Destroyer's base long ago. Tang Jun said. Lu Ming and the others were well aware of this. Under the Great Origin Tribulation, Origin Realm existences had sealed themselves in a deep sleep to avoid the Great Origin Tribulation. However, this did not mean that they could not awaken and fight. Origin Realm existences could also remove their seals and fight. However, the price for doing so was death. Once Origin Realm existences removed their seals and fought, it would not take long for their origin root to be sucked away. Their cultivation level would drop, and they might even die. Moreover, under the Great Origin Tribulation, once they removed their seals, they would not have a second chance to seal themselves. In other words, once they removed their seals, there would only be one outcome, the dissipation of their origin root. Under normal circumstances, no Origin Realm existences would do this. However, if it was a matter of life and death, this was not necessarily the case. Chapter 48-62. In a moment of life and death, such as when the Heaven Destroyer was about to be destroyed, someone in the Heaven Destroyer's core would definitely release the seal and sacrifice themselves to kill the enemy. That was why the beings of the Forbidden Grounds didn't attack the heavenly human race, the quasi-immortal race, or the Heaven Destroyer's base. They were afraid of the Origin Realm experts. In the past, the heavenly human race had defeated the demons because the demon's core was sealed in the dark cosmos. After that, the heavenly human race had attacked the Heaven Destroyer's base. Lu Ming and the others guessed that the heavenly human race had most likely brought Origin Realm experts with them. After all, the heavenly human race had brought many war chariots and stood guard in the distance. There were most likely Origin Realm experts in the war chariots. Otherwise, the heavenly human race wouldn't have been so bold as to attack the Heaven Destroyer's base. As long as the Heaven Destroyer had an Origin Realm expert who released the seal, the heavenly human race would most likely have an Origin Realm expert who released the seal as well. If the Heaven Destroyer's core hadn't awakened, the heavenly human race naturally wouldn't have allowed it to awaken. Once it did, only death would await it. The Primordial Light race had 3 Guanxian royal ambassadors and some other terrifying combination formations. Lu Ming and the others felt a huge pressure. It was all thanks to Lu Ming and Gu Mo that they blocked the attacks of the Primordial Light race. As they blocked the attacks, they retreated. Soon, they left the mountain and went to another mountain. When they arrived at another mountain, Dandan took the lead and charged forward. The mountain was still covered in terrifying formations. However, Dandan had already studied them and found a way out of the formations. This was a way out that they had found long ago. Lu Ming and the others followed Dandan into the formation. Soon after, the attacks of the Primordial Light race arrived. However, the surrounding formations immediately appeared and turned into a terrifying killing force that destroyed the attacks one by one. The Primordial Light race rushed to the front of the formations and stopped again. They didn't dare to advance any further. Ha ha ha, come and hit us if you have the ability. Dandan hooted. Damn it. Yuan Zhuoji roared furiously. His face was incomparably ferocious and cold. Yuan Yu, break the formation for me. Nine Origin roared. Ninth Young Master, I can't do that. Yuan Yu lowered her head and said. What a trash. Yuan Zhuoji berated, but he slowly calmed down. He was also clear that Yuan Yu did not have this ability. Otherwise, they would not have had to wait a year. Eighth brother, do your people have a way to break the formation? Yuan Joji then looked at Yuan Baji. Yuan Baji asked the array formation master he had brought, but the result was that there was no solution. Although we can't break the formation, this chi vein will eventually collapse. Moreover, it won't be long before these mountains are all destroyed. When that time comes, those formations won't be able to help them. Origin Baji said. We can set up formations in the cracks in front and use the formations to bombard the cracks and speed up the collapse of this meridian. In less than 2 months, this mountain will also be torn apart. Yuan Yu said. Alright, I'll leave it to you. Yuan Joji nodded. Immediately, Yuan Yu and the other array formation masters retreated and began to set up formations in the huge cracks behind them. Not long after, the formation began to emit a dazzling light, pushing the cracks, causing the rumbling sounds to become more and more intense. The cracks extended forward, and in just 10 days, it extended to the mountain where Lu Ming and the others were. Rumble. The cracks split open, and the heavenly light rushed out from the ground, forming a destructive force that constantly attacked the formation above. Bang! 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 The sounds of explosions continued to be heard, and the rune formations continued to explode and break. Halfway up the mountain, Lu Ming and the others looked a little solemn. They were trapped. Dandan, can you do it? It won't be long before this mountain is torn apart. Wanshan urged. Once the formation was gone, they would have to fight the primordial light race head-on. Although their battle strength had skyrocketed and they had a 10-man joint attack formation, they were definitely no match for the primordial light race. The primordial light race had 3 Guanxian royal ambassadors and a joint attack formation. For example, the 21 people's joint attack formation was very terrifying. Yuan Baji most likely had such a terrifying formation around him. If they were to fight head-on, they would most likely die. However, they were trapped. They were trapped by the formation here. What do you know? This formation is constantly changing. It's different from when I was studying it before. I miscalculated. Dandan glared at Wan Shen and then continued to study it. However, they were still trapped and could not break out for a few days. The rumbling sounds from the ground became more and more intense, and more formations on the mountain were being torn apart. The huge cracks continued to approach Lu Ming and the others. Ha ha ha, it seems like they are trapped. They brought this upon themselves. Yuan Joji could also see that Lu Ming and the others were in trouble and could not help but be excited. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. Alright, I've finally finished studying it. Wait a moment. Follow me closely. Don't relax. Dandan shouted and began to wave his hands, sending out tens of thousands of runes. These runes formed rune threads that wrapped around some of the surrounding formation runes. Then, Dandan's body flickered as he rushed forward. Lu Ming and the others followed Dandan's footsteps without the slightest deviation. Soon, they had advanced a few hundred meters. Everything was going smoothly. They were about to break out of the formation. As long as they broke out of the formation, Dandan would be able to take Lu Ming to the peak of the mountain. Perhaps they would be able to escape from the other side of the mountain and shake off the primordial light race. However, at that moment, something strange happened. A pitch-black vortex suddenly appeared beside Xianyanqing. It emitted a terrifying devouring power that tried to swallow Xianyanqing. Not good. This formation is actually hiding something. Be careful. Dandan let out a startled cry. That vortex's power was extremely terrifying. Xianyanqing was unable to block it. He was about to be swallowed up. Little Qing. Lu Ming was incomparably anxious. He didn't have time to think about anything else. He pushed the extreme light art to its peak and charged at Xianyanqing. In an instant, Lu Ming appeared in front of Xianyanqing. A powerful taboo energy crazily surged out, pushing Xianyanqing away from the vortex. However, his body was sucked into the vortex and rapidly sucked into it. It was too fast. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had disappeared into the vortex. After Lu Ming disappeared, the vortex also quickly disappeared. Lu Ming! Xian Yanqing cried out in grief, incomparably anxious and panicked. Autumn Moon, Ling Yue, Wan Shen, and the others were the same. End of chapter. Chapter 4863. Everyone, don't panic. That whirlpool shouldn't be lethal. It's not a killing array. Lu Ming should be fine. Dandan said. Should be? Are you sure? Wan Shen's eyes widened. I'm sure. That whirlpool should be a teleportation formation. Lu Ming might have been teleported somewhere else. Wan Shen is willing to bet that he'll be fine. Let's leave this place first. Perhaps we'll meet Lu Ming on the other side of the mountain. Dandan said. Everyone was helpless. They could only suppress their worries and follow Dandan. Nothing happened after that. They successfully broke through the formation. The formation behind them would not change at any time. Dandan led the group and successfully broke through. There were also some buildings on this mountain peak. Unfortunately, they did not encounter any statues like the previous mountain peak, nor did they obtain any fortunate encounters. They arrived at the other side of the mountain. Dandan began to study the formation, preparing to break through and shake off the primordial light tribe. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. Rumble. Suddenly, there was an earth-shattering roar. The entire mountain shook violently. The heavenly abode light that rushed out from the cracks became even denser. Even the roar of a beast could be heard from the depths of the ground. At this moment, everyone's expression changed greatly. Why would there be a beast roar coming from the depths of the meridian? Could there be a terrifying beast living in the depths of the ground? Roar! Roar! A few roars came from the depths of the ground. Then, the entire meridian shook even more violently. The cracks grew bigger and the formation on the mountain was collapsing rapidly. Boom! Then, a giant beast rushed out from the ground along with the heavenly abode light. The giant beast was purplish gold. It was completely formed by the heavenly abode light. The heavenly abode light here is so dense that it formed a beast. Be careful. You can't fight against this giant beast. The primordial light tribe was shocked. They quickly retreated and looked for a place to hide. On the other side of the mountain, Xian Yanqing, Gu Mo, and the others were also shocked. They instinctively sensed danger and quickly looked for a place to hide. Roar! The giant beast formed from heavenly abode divine light roared and swooped down. Streaks of heavenly abode divine light rushed out from its body, and they were even sharper than divine blades as they bombarded the ground. Boom! Boom! The ground rumbled and shattered rocks flew everywhere. Huge craters were formed on the ground. The cracks in the surrounding area were blown even wider. As for those spirit formations, they were also being destroyed by the heavenly paradise divine light. Other than the few mountain peaks in the center of the Qi meridian, everywhere else was a scene of destruction. This giant beast did not seem to have any intelligence. It only knew how to attack continuously. After a while, the giant beast finally came to a stop. At this point, the beast's body was much more illusory than before, and it was completely dim. Finally, with a bang, it turned into a ball of heavenly abode light and vanished. Come, let's get out of here. Dandan immediately rushed out from a pile of rocks. Soon after, Xian Yanqing and the others also rushed out and followed Dandan. Originally, this side of the Qi meridian was also filled with powerful spirit formations. However, after being bombarded by the heavenly abode divine light earlier, the majority of the spirit formations had been destroyed. Only a few spirit formations remained. With only a few spirit formations remaining, they were naturally not a problem for Dandan. Of course, there were also a few spirit formations that were still intact. As long as they avoided them, they would be fine. Soon, Dandan, Xian Yanqing and the others disappeared from the Qi meridian. At this moment, a figure appeared on another mountain peak. This person was none other than Lu Ming. Earlier, he had been sucked into the vortex. In the next instant, he had arrived on another mountain peak. This Chi meridian had over a dozen majestic mountain peaks. In the depths of the mountain range, there were a few mountains that were the tallest and most majestic. Earlier, they had not been destroyed by the giant beast formed from heavenly abode divine light. As for the other mountain peaks, they had all been destroyed. The spirit formations on them had all become incomplete. Furthermore, the cracks were spreading rapidly, as if they were about to tear these mountain peaks apart. No one knew how deep these cracks were. They were like deep abysses that extended all the way to the depths of the earth. The entire Chi meridian looked like it was on the verge of collapse. Originally, when Lu Ming had been transported to this mountain peak, there had been a large number of spirit formations around it. However, these spirit formations had all been reduced to fragments. However, Lu Ming was not Dandan. His attainments in spirit formations were far inferior to Dandan's. Thus, he still had to be more careful. After all, even some incomplete spirit formations could sometimes unleash frightening attacks. If he was not careful, he would be hit. However, at least he would not be as hard-pressed to move as before. Little Qing and the others are with Dandan. They should be fine. I'll go to the top of the mountain to take a look. Lu Ming looked at the top of the mountain. There were also some buildings on the top of the mountain. Lu Ming had tasted the sweetness of success on the first mountain peak. Naturally, he wanted to try his luck here. At the same time, the people of the primordial light race also appeared from various hidden places. The spirit formations have all been destroyed. Good, 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 good. Lu Ming, let's see where you can go now. Yuan Zhuji said coldly. Then, he and Yuan Baji led the experts of the primordial light race and rushed forward. There were two places around the Chi meridian. The people of the quasi-saint tribe and the heavenly human tribe were hiding there. They had naturally seen what had happened on the Chi meridian. Almost all the spirit formations on the Chi meridian have been destroyed except for a few mountains in the deepest part. This Chi meridian must contain a great opportunity. We can't miss it. Let's go over too. Sung Qiong said. At this moment, the number of people of the quasi-saint tribe here had reached more than 6,000. Over the past year, more and more experts of the quasi-saint tribe had come to join them. Sung Qiong's confidence had also increased a lot. Sung Qiong was very clear about the strength of the quasi-saint tribe. They were not afraid even if they encountered the primordial light race. Moreover, the range of the entire mountain range was very large. There were more than a dozen mountain peaks spanning hundreds of thousands of miles. Even if they entered, they might not necessarily encounter them. Let's go. Sung Qiong led the experts of the quasi-saint tribe and rushed towards the Chi meridian from another direction. Annihilation, should we go over too? In another direction, the Lord of Heaven of 100 Battles asked the Lord of Heaven of Annihilation in a low voice. The Lord of Heaven of Annihilation's eyes flickered. He was a little hesitant. During this time, the Yi Immortal had not come to join them. Although another group of people of the heavenly human tribe had come to join them, their strength had not increased by much. There were only 7 of them who were as strong as the Lord of Heaven of Annihilation. If they encountered the experts of the primordial light race, it would be very dangerous. But in the end, the Lord of Heaven of Annihilation decided to take a risk. There is definitely a great opportunity here. If we are overcautious, the gap between us and the others will only widen. Moreover, this place is very large. We might not encounter the primordial light race. If we are careful, we should be fine. The Lord of Heaven of Annihilation said. In the end, the people of the heavenly human tribe carefully rushed towards the Chi meridian from another direction. End of chapter. Chapter 48-64. After some careful research, Lu Ming finally arrived at the top of the mountain after some time. There were some majestic palaces at the top of the mountain. Lu Ming entered and walked around. However, he was disappointed because he did not find anything. There were no precious treasures left behind, nor were there any statues like the ones from before. Lu Ming felt that it was a pity when he thought of the 4 mysterious statues. Before they left, they wanted to take the 4 statues with them. Although they would lose their effect after some time, they could still give them to others. If they brought them back to the base of the Heaven Destroyer and let the people of the Heaven Destroyer study them, their secret skills would be greatly improved. Unfortunately, the 4 statues seemed to have taken root and could not be moved. Even with the ancient desolation ring, they could not be taken away. In the end, they could only give up. They thought that there would be treasures in the other mountains, but they did not expect to find anything in this mountain. It seems that we can only find something in the depths of the realm energy channels, Lu Ming muttered. However, there was a lot of heavenly abode divine light rushing out from the depths of the realm energy channels. After walking around and finding nothing, Lu Ming headed to the other side of the mountain. He rushed to the mountain where they were trapped by the array formation. He was more worried about Enchanting and the others. Now, except for the few mountains in the depths of the realm energy channels, the array formations on the other mountains were destroyed. The people of the primordial light race had swarmed in. If Enchanting and the others were surrounded by a large number of primordial light race experts, they would be in great danger. Lu Ming broke through some of the array formations and soon arrived at the foot of the mountain. He was about to go to the other mountains when he suddenly sensed something and moved sideways. However, it was too late. There was an ear-piercing sound around him. Then, there was a sharp sword light. To be precise, it was a beam of light that stabbed towards Lu Ming. Obviously, it was the primordial light race. Get lost! Lu Ming shouted. The battle god's spear had already appeared in his hand. He swept out and a huge spear light formed an arc. It swept in all directions. Rumble. The spear light was incomparably overbearing. Bringing about a violent force, it swept out in all directions, causing those beams of light to grow hair. They were all sent flying. Lu Ming. This time? Today is the day of your death. A cold voice sounded. Yuan Yu. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Hearing the voice, Lu Ming knew who it was. Was he one of the 2 King of Light envoys by Yuan Zheji's side? The king of Guangxian who looked to be in his 20s? Yuan Yu. Previously, he had chased after Lu Ming and the others and was injured by the joint attack formation set up by Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming's gaze swept over and discovered that Yuan Yu was stepping in the air, his gaze extremely cold. Later Yuan Yu wasn't the only one from the Yuanguan clan. There were also hundreds of other primordial light race experts. Inside? This included the 2 war envoys below the king. You think you can do it? Can you kill me? Lu Ming sneered. A hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth, which made the murderous intent in Yuan Yu's eyes even more intense. He had previously boasted in front of Yuan Zheji and the other primordial light race members that he would take Lu Ming's head. However, he had been defeated by Lu Ming several times, so he was extremely unhappy. This time, he had led his men to search everywhere, but he had encountered Lu Ming alone. This was a rare opportunity. Lu Ming was alone, so he couldn't set up a joint attack formation. Although Lu Ming's combat strength was extremely terrifying and was almost on par with Yuan Yu's, he wasn't alone now. Set up the formation. Yuan Yu shouted coldly. As soon as Yuan Yu's voice fell, the figures of some primordial light race members flickered and set up a joint attack formation. 2 joint attack formations of 9 people were led by a war envoy below the king. The others were all peak divine masters and formed 2 giant battle swords. Lu Ming's face darkened slightly. The power of a joint attack formation of 9 people was already very terrifying. In addition, the people who set up the formation were very powerful, so its power was undoubtedly even more terrifying. It was no wonder that Yuan Yu was so confident even though he knew that Lu Ming was very powerful. The rest of you, assist in the attack. Kill! Yuan Yu shouted coldly as his body emitted a dazzling glow. It was as if his entire body had turned into a ray of light as he rushed toward Lu Ming. As he rushed out, his body turned into a battle sword. The 2 battle swords formed by the joint attack formation of 9 people also attacked Lu Ming from 2 other directions. 3 giant battle swords stabbed at 3 vital points of Lu Ming from 3 different directions. The violent sword chi had yet to reach Lu Ming, but it seemed as if it would tear Lu Ming apart. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly as the power in his body exploded to the peak. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming struck his palm and a piece of land condensed. Primordial desolation style. Now that Lu Ming's control of the primitive style had increased greatly, the primitive continent formed was very clear, as if it was real. Moreover, this continent was erected vertically like a huge shield. It rushed toward Yuan Yu and one of the joint attack formations of 9 people. Lu Ming did not expect to cause much damage to his opponent with this move. He only hoped to block his opponent. After using the primitive style, Lu Ming immediately used the heaven-piercing style, turning into a dazzling spear light that pierced toward the other joint attack formation of 9 people. Relatively speaking, although the joint attack formation of 9 people was powerful, equivalent to several of the strongest Lord of Heaven's battle strength, it was still not comparable to the Guanqian Wang envoy. Therefore, Lu Ming instantly decided to use the joint attack formation of 9 people as a breakthrough point. Clang! The dazzling spear light collided with the sword light head-on, erupting with a shocking roar and stirring up a sky full of energy. In the next moment, the sword light formed by the joint attack formation of 9 people trembled and then retreated violently. The light seemed to have dimmed somewhat. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. His figure did not stop and he continued to charge toward the other party. In the process of charging out, there were tens of thousands of light spots on his body that were emitting a dazzling brilliance, just like stars. Then, tens of thousands of light spots rushed out continuously. They were all different secret techniques that smashed toward his opponent. Lu Ming, on the other hand, continued to use the heaven-piercing style to attack his opponent. He wanted to break his opponent's joint attack formation in one go. His opponent was disrupted by a large number of secret techniques and could not avoid them. He could only take them head-on. You're courting death. Yuan Yu roared furiously. Together with another 9-man combined attack array, he had already defeated the primeval style and charged toward Lu Ming. Let's go all out. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a ruthless look, and layers of defensive secret techniques appeared behind him. That's right, Lu Ming was prepared to take his opponent's attack head-on. Bang! Lu Ming's spear light once again pierced the joint attack formation of 9 people. This time, the joint attack formation of 9 people could not block Lu Ming's attack. The condensed battle sword exploded with a bang, and 6 figures retreated violently. That's right, only 6 figures, because 3 of them had been torn apart by Lu Ming's attack, their bodies and souls had been destroyed. Chapter 48-65. But at this moment, 2 frightening sword glows struck Lu Ming. The defenses that Lu Ming had laid down were shattered layer by layer. In just a flash, all of the defenses that Lu Ming had laid down were destroyed. The 2 sword glows stabbed at Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming's body was sent flying and divided into 3 parts. However, Lu Ming did not die just like that. His vitality was astonishing, and his soul was scattered throughout his cells. As long as all of his cells were not destroyed, he would be able to recover. The 3 parts of his body quickly reconnected and began to recover with astonishing speed. Thick energy surged out of each of his cells, allowing Lu Ming to recover very quickly. As he recovered, he retreated, his face somewhat pale. 1/10 of my cells have been destroyed. Lu Ming was inwardly alarmed. The human body had 60 trillion cells. In other words, that attack just now had obliterated 6 trillion cells. From this, one could see just how terrifying the combined attack of Yuan Yu and the other 9 was. My cultivation is still too low, and my defense is still too low. It's a pity that little ball isn't here, Lu Ming's mind was racing. After all, he was only an 8th-tier god lord. Although his fighting strength was unparalleled, Lu Ming's strong suit was not his defense. He was not much stronger than an ordinary person. At most, he was comparable to a peak god lord. If Little Ball had been here, the soul-level armor that Little Ball had transformed into would have been able to block the majority of the attacks, and Lu Ming would not have been so heavily injured. He's still not dead? Yuan Yu and the others widened their eyes in shock. Yuan Yu was keenly aware of just how powerful that attack just now was. Let alone a mere 8th-tier god lord like Lu Ming, even an expert on the level of the Lord of Heaven would most likely perish if struck by such an attack. But Lu Ming had managed to endure it. What sort of freakish vitality was this? Attack. Continue attacking. I don't believe that his life is infinite. Yuan Yu roared as he continued to call on the others to attack. At the same time, he charged at Lu Ming. Die, all of you. Lu Ming shouted. Then, he threw a palm at the sky. Suddenly, a huge continent appeared in the sky. On the continent, mountains and lakes are clearly visible. There were streaks of colorful clouds that connected the entire continent. This kind of rosy clouds could be said to be the embryonic form of the Great Tao. What if Lu Ming cultivated the primordial desolate stance to a higher level and struck out with his palm? A condensed continent? There were even great Taos that connected, and it was as if a real great world was pressing down on the enemy. Furthermore, there might even be living beings appearing on it, acting out the joys and sorrows of separation. But at that level? Had it already reached an unimaginable level? How far away was Lu Ming? There was still a huge gap. But even now? The primitive style that Lu Ming displayed with his full strength? Its power was already extremely shocking. The continent was incomparably large, covering the sky and covering the sun. It appeared above everyone's heads, and then it suddenly pressed down. Let's attack together and destroy this continent. Yuan Yu roared. Thousands of strands of hair shot into the sky. Like sharp swords. It pierced towards the mainland. Was it another array formation with 9 people attacking together? It turned into a shocking giant sword and slashed upwards. The other members of the Primordial Light clan also activated their strands of hair. The dense strands of hair pierced into the sky, and the scene was extremely spectacular. Rumble. The primitive continent was under a terrifying attack, and it kept shaking and exploding. However, there was still a terrifying impact. Some of the weaker members of the Primordial Light clan couldn't withstand the impact at all, and their bodies were torn apart. Even though the members of the Primordial Light clan had extremely strong vitality, those who were weaker than Lu Ming were too weak. They were torn apart by the terrifying impact and died. At least 30 members of the Primordial Light clan were killed in an instant. Lu Ming, Yuan Yu let out a hysterical roar and became one with the sword, completely turning into a light sword. It broke through the void and instantly charged towards Lu Ming. Fast, it was too fast. The members of the Primordial Light clan were known for their speed, and Yuan Yu's attack was even faster. It instantly closed in on Lu Ming. Buzz! Lu Ming waved the battle god's spear and whipped it towards Yuan Yu. There was a loud bang and Lu Ming was pushed back. His body shook violently and the blood in his body was in turmoil. Previously, Lu Ming had been severely injured and 1/10 of his cells had been destroyed. He was still greatly affected, and his combat strength was not at its peak. Kill! The sword gleams transformed from the 9 people's joint attack array immediately launched an attack, slashing Lu Ming from the sky. Lu Ming blocked it with his spear, but he was still pushed back. Then, Yuan Yu's attack came again. The attacks of the array formation and Yuan Yu were endless, and they continued to press down on Lu Ming. If Lu Ming was at his peak, he would definitely be able to block it. However, his strength was greatly affected now, and he felt that it was very difficult for him to withstand the attacks of the two. He blocked and retreated at the same time. Die! Suddenly, a figure appeared behind Lu Ming and launched a thunderous attack. This was a battle envoy below the king level. His combat strength was comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven. He was originally the core of the 9-person array formation. Previously, when the array formation was destroyed by Lu Ming, this person had been hiding in the surroundings, waiting for an opportunity to attack. At this moment, Lu Ming was suppressed and was unprepared. He immediately seized the opportunity and launched his strongest attack. Lu Ming did not dodge this attack, nor did he want to dodge. Because if he wanted to dodge this attack, he would not be able to dodge the attack of UNU and the 9-person array formation. Compared to UNU or the 9-person array formation, he would rather take the attack of a battle envoy below the king level. Puff! The sword light of the battle envoy pierced Lu Ming's heart. A terrifying power erupted and shattered Lu Ming's heart. If a normal person's heart was shattered, they would be severely injured even if they did not die. However, for Lu Ming, it was the same all over his body. There were no particularly obvious vital points. Therefore, although his heart was shattered, the impact was not great. When he was attacked by the battle envoy below the king level, Lu Ming had already used the primeval desolation style to condense a continent in front of him. After his heart was pierced, Lu Ming did not stop at all. Instead, he threw out a punch with a backhand. This battle envoy below the king level obviously did not expect that after Lu Ming's heart was shattered, he would be completely fine and could even launch a counterattack in an instant. He was stunned for a moment, but his fate was sealed. Boom! Lu Ming's fist fiercely smashed the head of the battle envoy below the king level, causing his head to explode. The terrifying power directly annihilated his soul. A battle envoy below the king level had fallen just like that. Bam! At this moment, Lu Ming's primeval desolation style exploded. A terrifying sword light struck Lu Ming. Lu Ming retreated rapidly, but he was still a step too late. His body was almost split into two, and a terrifying wound appeared. Lu Ming vomited a large mouthful of blood. His figure retreated rapidly and rushed in a direction. Chapter 4866. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, it was still too much for him to deal with these Yuan Guang tribe members. If he went all out, he would have no problem suppressing a Guangxin imperial envoy. If the other party was careless, he might even be killed by Lu Ming. Previously, one of Yuan Zhouji's Guangxin imperial envoys, Yuan Han, had died at the hands of Lu Ming. However, Yuan Han was killed by Lu Ming more or less because of his carelessness. To be honest, a Guangxin imperial envoy would not be killed so easily even if he was no match for Lu Ming. In addition, there were two powerful 9-man joint attack formations attacking Lu Ming together. Lu Ming was naturally no match for them. To be able to kill dozens of people under such a siege, including a king-level imperial envoy, was already an amazing combat strength. At this time, Lu Ming's combat strength was not at its peak and was no longer comparable to Yuan Yu's. If he did not leave now, when would he leave? Chase him, don't let him leave. Yuan Yu roared. His body was like a ray of light as he chased after Lu Ming. The 9-man joint attack formation turned into a sword light and chased after Lu Ming. As for the others, they followed far behind. Lu Ming's combat strength was too terrifying and they really did not dare to get too close. Lu Ming, you won't be able to escape. Die! Yuan Yu shouted coldly. Thousands of light beams turned into thousands of sharp swords and stabbed at Lu Ming. The speed was so fast that the void was pierced and the whistling sound resounded through the sky. Boom! Lu Ming turned around and slapped out a palm. It turned into a huge continent and blocked behind him like a shield. At this time, Lu Ming's combat strength was not at its peak. The continent's power was also not at its peak. After being stabbed by hundreds of thousands of swords, it was immediately pierced with holes and then exploded. I've used up too much of my strength. Lu Ming's face was a little gloomy. Although the power of the heaven-breaking form and desolation form had increased greatly, the power consumed when using them had also increased correspondingly. Just now, Lu Ming continuously used the heaven-breaking style and desolate style, which consumed a lot of his energy. At this time, more than half of Lu Ming's taboo power had already been consumed. If this continued, Lu Ming's situation would become more and more unfavorable. He had to shake off Yuan Yu and the others as soon as possible. Let's go up the mountain and use the broken formation there. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He turned around and rushed towards the mountain peak that he had just descended from. Around the mountain, there were still many broken formations left. Although these formations were broken, it did not mean that there was no danger at all. Some of the broken formations still retained a terrifying power. Previously, Lu Ming had studied it carefully and spent a lot of time before he managed to pass through the array area. Although his attainments in formations were far inferior to Danden's, it took him some time to memorize some of the broken formations that still possessed terrifying power. Lu Ming intended to use these broken formations to block Yuan Yu and the others so that he could escape. They had been at the foot of the mountain, so they quickly rushed to the array formation area. Lu Ming's figure changed and rushed past a broken formation that still possessed terrifying power. Lu Ming knew that there was a powerful broken formation here, but Yuan Yu and the others did not. They did not have the time to carefully identify it. Therefore, when Yuan Yu rushed over, he naturally triggered the broken formation. Whoosh! The broken formation was suffused with multicolored light. A part of the runes appeared and turned into dozens of purple blade lights that slashed towards Yuan Yu and the others. Yuan Yu's face changed drastically. His light beam hair danced wildly and formed an impenetrable defense in front of him. Bang! The purple blade lights slashed at Yuan Yu's light beam hair. Yuan Yu's light beam hair was constantly chopped off. Yuan Yu's body was also blocked. At the same time, the combined attack of the 9 people was also blocked by the purple blade lights. As for the other primordial light race members, because they were far behind, they weren't attacked by the broken formation. Otherwise, who knew how many of them would have died? Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Ming charged forward and quickly approached the mountain peak. Go around this broken formation, shouted Yuan Yu. He rapidly retreated, dodging the sharp light of the broken formation. Then he chased after Lu Ming from another direction. The combined attack of the 9 people was the same. Unfortunately, this mountain peak still possessed terrifying broken formations. There was more than one. In their rush to chase after Lu Ming, they were led into holes several times by Lu Ming and were attacked by the broken formations. After being blocked several times, Yuan Yu and the others completely lost track of Lu Ming. Damn it, damn it. Standing at the top of the mountain and looking at the empty surroundings, Yuan Yu roared furiously, his face extremely distorted. He had suffered at the hands of Lu Ming time and time again. This time, he had even lost a battle envoy. Yuan Yu's mood was terrible. He wanted nothing more than to cut Lu Ming into pieces. At this time, Lu Ming had already left this mountain peak and appeared on the side of another mountain peak. Pfft! Lu Ming's face was a bit pale, and he couldn't help coughing up blood. With a plop, Lu Ming sat on the ground, looking extremely dispirited. However, Lu Ming's gaze was still bright. He looked in a certain direction and shouted, "Who is it?" He, Lu Ming, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here." A cold laugh rang out. Then, a group of people appeared. They were actually from the heavenly human race. The one leading them was the Lord Extermination of Heaven. Beside the Lord Extermination of Heaven were 2 other experts on the same level as the Lord Heaven. However, the Lord Heaven of 100 Battles was nowhere to be seen. Obviously, the heavenly human race had split up. "Extermination, so it's you," Lu Ming said coldly. "Lu Ming, you seem to be seriously injured. However, your strength is really beyond my expectations. You actually managed to escape from so many experts of the Primordial Light Clan. Your speed of improvement is really frightening. I really can't let you live," the Lord Heaven of Extermination said. His eyes were emitting cold killing intent. He and the other 2 experts on the same level as the Lord Heaven slowly surrounded Lu Ming. "You saw everything just now?" Lu Ming pretended to be shocked and asked. "Of course. I happened to see it not far away, so I set it up here in advance." The Lord Heaven of Extermination smiled. "You want to kill me with just the few of you?" Lu Ming sneered. "I have to admit that if you were at your peak, we wouldn't be able to kill you. However, I saw how seriously injured you were in the previous battle. It's already a miracle that you're still alive. How much strength do you still have?" The Lord Heaven of Extermination sneered. "Is that so? Why don't you try?" Lu Ming said calmly. The Lord Heaven of Extermination couldn't help but hesitate when he saw Lu Ming's calmness. Lu Ming's combat strength was too terrifying. In the previous battle, Lu Ming was able to contend with a Guangqian Wang envoy. Such combat strength was simply shocking. During the battle at the Heaven Destroyer base, Lu Ming had killed 3 of the Lord Heaven's strongest experts and displayed his terrifying combat strength. Later on, Ye Immortal speculated that Lu Ming shouldn't be able to use his strength at will. It might even be difficult for him to use it. The Lord Heaven of Extermination also came to this conclusion after many tests. Could they have guessed wrongly? End of chapter. Chapter 48-67. Could they have guessed wrongly? Lu Ming's real combat strength had always been so terrifying. Had he been faking it all along? Had he been pretending to be weak all along? Even if he was faking it, he was seriously injured by the Primordial Light Tribe. It's a miracle that he didn't die from such injuries. He's just hanging on by a thread. He definitely doesn't have much power left. The Extermination Lord of Heaven warned himself. However, he was still unsure. He then looked at a tall and burly figure. It was a primordial divine spirit puppet. The heavenly human tribe originally had 2 divine spirit puppets and their combat strength was comparable to the Lord of Heaven. However, one of them had self-destructed and now there was only one left. The Extermination Lord of Heaven was cautious and he did not dare to step forward because of his doubts. He controlled the primordial divine spirit puppet and let it step forward. Bam! The primordial divine spirit puppet took a step forward and its body grew rapidly. Its body was filled with various kinds of powerful energy. These energies combined in a strange way and formed a chaotic and terrifying energy. Kill! The primordial divine spirit puppet roared and threw out a punch. The huge fist crushed the void into chaos and the giant fist was like a small mountain as it flew towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression did not change. The divine battle spear had already appeared in his hand. He performed the sky-piercing form and the spear struck the primordial divine spirit puppet's giant fist. The divine battle spear was sharp and indestructible. It broke through the chaotic energy of the primordial divine spirit puppet and pierced through its giant fist. Blood, flesh and bones splattered and the primordial divine spirit puppet could not help but retreat. Lu Ming flew forward and swept the divine battle spear across the primordial divine spirit puppet's body. The primordial divine spirit puppet's body shook violently as it retreated. Lu Ming launched a storm of attacks. The primordial divine spirit puppet was no match for Lu Ming. The difference was huge and it was completely crushed. Even if it was a puppet that was not afraid of death, it was useless. After 10 moves, with a bang, the primordial divine spirit puppet's body was swept away again. It flew out horizontally and almost broke into 2 halves. A few heavenly humans couldn't dodge in time and were hit by the primordial divine spirit puppet. Their bodies directly exploded, and the courtyard collapsed on the spot. As for the primordial divine spirit puppet, it was lying on the ground, motionless. It was already half destroyed. All of the heavenly human tribe cultivators gasped in shock. Your battle prowess, how is this possible? The Extermination Lord of Heaven roared in horror. His eyes were filled with fear and panic. The primordial divine spirit puppet had a combat strength comparable to the strongest Lord of Heaven, yet it had been crippled by Lu Ming in about 10 moves. Such combat strength was simply terrifying. It didn't look like it had been seriously injured and was struggling at death's door. He was clearly a demon king. Extermination, I will kill you today. Lu Ming's cold figure was heard. His murderous intent was as cold as a knife. He stepped in the air and a powerful aura pressed down on the Lord of Heaven. The Lord of Heaven's face turned pale and a chill ran down his spine. Whoosh! He turned around and left without hesitation. He was as fast as lightning. It's too late to leave now, Lu Ming said coldly. He stepped out and rushed toward the Lord of Heaven like a ray of light. Previously, the Lord of Heaven had targeted him several times and wanted to harm him. At that time, Lu Ming had tolerated it because it wasn't a good time to strike. Now, there was no need. This time, he had to get rid of the Lord of Heaven. Although Lu Ming had been severely injured in the battle with the primordial light tribe, it was not as serious as the Lord of Heaven and the others had imagined. Firstly, his vitality was extremely tenacious. His soul was scattered in every cell and it was difficult to destroy it all at once. Secondly, Lu Ming's recovery speed was also extremely terrifying. Although it hadn't been long, he had already recovered a lot. Although his remaining combat strength was not on par with experts at Yuan Yu's level, if he went all out, it was still very easy to deal with the strongest Heaven Monarch level existence. Previously, it only took him about 10 moves to cripple the primordial divine spirit puppet. In just a few breaths, Lu Ming caught up with the Lord of Heaven. Lu Ming, the heavenly human tribe, the quasi-sage tribe, and the Heaven Destroyer are in a cooperative relationship. "You can't kill me," the Lord of Heaven roared in horror. "Ridiculous," Lu Ming said indifferently. The war god's spear suddenly pressed forward. The spear light surged like a mountain and pressed down on the Lord of Heaven. "I'll fight you to the death." The Lord of Heaven knew that Lu Ming wouldn't let him go. He roared as if he had gone crazy and erupted his strength to the extreme. The divine weapon in his hand was also a source-level divine weapon. He injected all the origin energy he controlled into the weapon and blasted it with all his strength. Clang! An earth-shattering explosion erupted. Next, Extermination Heaven Monarch's body shook violently. His body was sent flying like a broken sack. He crashed into a huge boulder and smashed it into pieces. He vomited a large mouthful of blood. One of his arms that was holding the source-level divine weapon was twisted and deformed. His bones were broken inch by inch. However, people like the Lord of Heaven also had astonishing vitality and recovery ability. As long as his soul wasn't destroyed, the injuries on his body could be quickly healed. Crackling sounds could be heard from his arm as his muscles wriggled and quickly recovered. Kill! Lu Ming took advantage of the situation and charged forward, not giving the Lord of Heaven time to recover. Ghost God Dance! The Lord of Heaven shouted. His body flashed and flashed like a ghost. Obviously, he was far inferior to Lu Ming in a head-on confrontation. He wanted to use his movement technique to fight Lu Ming. However, he had miscalculated. He struck out with his palm and used the desolation style. It formed a continent that covered a large area and enveloped the Lord of Heaven. Boom! On the continent, a powerful force erupted. The earth rumbled and some places kept exploding. The Lord of Heaven was also hit by the powerful force. He couldn't help but slow down. He used all his strength to fight against the continent. He slashed out an earth-shattering attack on the continent. Although the continent shook violently, it didn't break open. Although Lu Ming's combat strength wasn't at its peak, and the desolation style wasn't at its peak, it wasn't something that the Lord of Heaven could easily defeat. As if struck by lightning, the Lord of Heaven fell to the ground. Lu Ming took the opportunity to stab out with his spear and pierced the Lord of Heaven's heart. The Lord of Heaven was severely injured. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and his aura was a little weak. "Quick, come and help me. Come and help me deal with this Lu Ming," the Lord of Heaven roared. This was because he found that when Lu Ming attacked him, no one from the heavenly human tribe came to help. Instead, they fled in panic. Including the old Lord of Heaven. "Annihilation, you block him first. We'll retreat first. Your sacrifice won't be in vain. We'll report it to the Patriarch and let him avenge you. Let's go, let's split up," the old heavenly monarch roared. He didn't stop and quickly flew away. End of chapter.